day, and the sea has been wild.
Oh man, it must be incredible.
Wait,
I'm sure that was
yeah.
amazing.
Hello,
Mundane, man.
everybody. Coming at you from all around the world. I'm the BushWhisperer. We've got here with us the third eye Edify at the moment. Edify, is that right? Edify?
Yes, edify.
I'm
Yep,
terrible with.
that's all
So,
right. It rhymes, you know.
yeah, I'd like to introduce George here, the third eye Edify. He's really super awesome. He's actually musically inspired, musically trained, and obviously coming from the occult principles and the esoteric realities, tying in how vibrations, sound, music, and the keys of the universe, the music of the spheres, tie into the basic structure of reality. Also, a decoder, of course. I'd love to give you a chance to say hello and tell people about yourself.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And anyone that is new to who I am and what I do, I'm an easygoing guy with a hard-hitting nose for truth, and I'm looking for exactly that in my show, in whatever form that it comes in. And it seems as if, especially lately, the way that people who are watching news very often, the way that they're trained to react, especially in the past few years, maybe a little bit pre-COVID, is that they get these almost reality TV reactions to things. And that's been one of the not the focus of the show, but that's been one of the things that guides me as I discuss certain things. I'm doing my best to do the opposite of what news does when it tries to tell you a certain thing a certain way, feel this way, or subconsciously give you a reaction. I do my best to say, here's what I think, and here's how I came to this conclusion. Check these things out so you can also make a conclusion yourself, and then come back and maybe we can talk about it. I hope to engage the audience with a conversation, because it's so much easier it's almost a relief for me to not have to say, this is what I think, because I don't believe in that anyway. But it helps the show kind of be more organic for me as I record them. I'm kind of making like a mini documentary every week, basically, if it's not an interview. So that's kind of what the show is about.
Those of you that haven't caught his show, I haven't watched enough of his show, but the episodes I've watched have been blindingly beautifully, intricately woven, and really on touch. Especially, we all connect with music, and music is really the core of how the muses operate and connect with our hearts and bring our consciousness into a sense of union. And so today, music's quite close to the heart of what we're going to be talking about. Actually, we're going to be talking about the negative veils of existence, separates this mundane reality from the spiritual absolute state of being, from whence this reality is. Well, let's just say we live between 2 and 4 seconds in the past, according to neuroscience. So there's this delay between the information coming through the senses, being processed, and being structured into a sense of reality that we can actually identify with and manifest. So the nature of this transition through the brain, through the senses, through the consciousness field, manifesting that which is absolute in a very relative sense, bringing about what can only be seen and considered as the matrix. Paroketh is the veils of the occult spheres. It sort of relates to when one gets to the point where one is transcending the spheres of Mercury and Venus, and one starts to enter into the gateway to the mysteries. One has to pass this, and there will be the watcher upon the threshold, which is something I'm sure we will consider. We've all felt this the last 2 weeks. There has been so much going on. I'd love to welcome Kilelle, Kiano. He's a master decoder. Numbers are his thing extraordinaire. Those numbers aren't where he ends. He's a broad spectrum thinker, broad spectrum occult thinker with great perspectives and a range of topics that relate to the mystic sciences. I'd like to give you a chance to say hello, Kilelle.
Love, peace, and power, Franklin. Love, peace, and power, Third Eye Edify. Love, peace, and power, LiberLam. And it's wonderful to see you all. This is a magnificent and broad topic, the Matrix. There are so many in every aspect to explore. I look forward to it. Let's get to it. By all means, please go back to what you were saying.
We also have LiberLam here. LiberLam is going to be throwing some Buddhist wisdom at us. He's obviously been meditating and practicing and got a broad spectrum of occult knowledge, from Hermetics to Vedic yogas to to Kabbalistic law understandings, and obviously Buddhism is where he finds his heart. And the Tao isn't too far from him either, so he's going to be throwing some Buddhist ideas, which is very much close to the spectrum of what we're discussing: reality, manifestation, being, non-being. I'd love to give you a chance to say hello. This LiberLam.
Hello, everyone. So great to spend some time with you guys. Thank you for hosting this, Franklin, and I look forward to our conversation.
Yeah, it's great to meet you guys, by the way. Great to finally sit down. I've seen both of you, and I think you're awesome. Love all the things that you have to say, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you. You as well. You have had some magnificent builds. It is wonderful to gather with you in this way. Please continue.
I thank you. I also have, by the way, an extensive history of being a super nerd regarding video games. So maybe we'll hit up one or two of those little things on the way. Maybe we'll see.
Oh yeah, we're not going to have a choice.
No, it's always there, and I've actually made a point to make that part of the mission. To expose those kinds of things. Yeah.
So who would like to kick the ball out there? The game is on. I'm going to give the stage to whoever wants to jump on it.
Well, I think that's a beautiful place to start, to be honest. When it comes to what we consider rendering reality, virtual reality, we know that we are hard light. We know that this is all a hologram. We know that we are being projected here from our soul, or from the source, or from the force, or whatever we want to call it, right? That eternal core, that central center. When you understand how what Morpheus says to Neo in the first Matrix about what's real, do you think that's air you're breathing right now, right? Well, that's just a signal. That's just a frequency. When you understand that we don't actually see anything, we live in the perpetual past, right? Because even when it comes to light has to reflect off of something, so we don't actually ever see it. Billy Carson had a wonderful point earlier this week that I came across, where he was talking about how we don't actually touch anything because we're just opposing force fields interacting with what we have agreed is solid, right? But this goes back to solid light. You can see this wonderfully in Star Trek. In the Next Generation, they had something called the holodeck. For us comic nerds, we know that the X-Men have something called a danger room, right? That can create things that are physical, that are actual hard light, but it's just light being projected. This is the whole science of the movie, right? Because you have this image being projected onto this silver, black monolith screen. And you can trace where the eye goes. What is it drawn to naturally? What frequency attracts it the fastest, the slowest? These are cheat codes within this matrix that we live in. And this is where video games come in, showing you different renderings. And you see how the bit rate doubles, right? We started out on 8-bit, right? Nintendo, Atari, ColecoVision. And then you had the war of the 16-bit, Super Nintendo and Genesis, and then it keeps doubling. It keeps going up. This is what we do, just like cellular mitosis, right? But I will rant and rave on that all day, so I want to pass the mic on.
I think an interesting point to make about exactly what you said with the doubling, other than the fact that the numbers are what they are as they were going up, but the Sega, the original one was the Master System. And it was the 8-bit one. And then the next one was Genesis. It wasn't the first one. I always thought that was a very interesting thing. all the Sega systems had interesting titles to begin with. So we could probably talk about that forever too. But the Saturn and the Dreamcast, it was they had a good run with what they were trying to say. Definitely.
Yeah. Sega went hard. Sega
Yeah,
pulled. They had to pull some stunts, especially with Genesis not being first. They told you a lot with that Master System. TurboGrafx tried to follow that up.
right.
But this is why they didn't follow through with the Sega Saturn DD, the disk drive, I think it was. But that allowed for Sony and the PlayStation to come in, and then of course Xbox. The names of all these systems, you know, we're going to have to get into this at some point. Also, it all goes back to Saturn. It all goes back to this idea of this cube or this X, and that ultimately boils down to the X gene, which is the woman. But that's another conversation.
That's a good
The
point. Yeah, go ahead.
The cube is associated with an X. Is that from when you lay it out, like the different sides of the cube, flat in 2D?
Yes.
Okay.
If you look at the Kaaba,
X.
or you look at the Vitruvian Man, right? The idea of thinking outside of the box is taking the cube and opening it and laying it flat, and that will essentially give you a cross. So when we talk about being crucified or the Son of Man being raised up, this is ultimately talking about inhabiting a body, having a meat suit, a flesh suit, or this space suit. The whole idea of a space suit actually comes from incarnating in the flesh.
A little tidbit to throw in here as well. I think if you took a cube at the vertex and you were to flatten it from the vertex facing up, kind of like a pyramid fashion, it would make that X with those edges of the side of the cube.
You like the Templar symbol?
Would it be a 3-pointed star, or would it be a 4-pointed star?
Oh, 4-pointed. Just so like on a cube, flattening it.
If you think about a dice or a box of any sort, right? You have 6 sides, so you would open that up, and depending upon how you would cut it, you would have essentially a cross, because you would have 1 square in the center, 1 square to each side, and then 2 towards the legs, so to speak.
Yeah, straight to the crux of the matter. I think we're going to be kicking the cube around and playing a bit of cue ball, throwing those dice and taking a look at the Merkaba and how the firmament sits between these two structures. I'd love to give Indy Sage a little bit of an introduction. Indy Sage is a wonderful character. He's very wise. He's been practicing his occult therapeutics. He actually does shadow work, so that's his day job, you could say. He works with shadow integration, and obviously this is fundamental to the structure of being. We've got to face what we are in this world before we can become more than what we were, and resolve the issues that we were carrying in our little backpacks of idiosyncrasies. But without saying too much, I'd love to give you a chance to introduce yourself, Indigo Sage. Welcome. Lovely to have you.
Many thanks, BushWhisperer, for the wonderful introduction. Glad to be here. And it's an exciting topic. I'm glad to be here with Kilelle. He knows this stuff on all these unmanifest gaming systems in the Matrix, which is fascinating to me. I started early with the Sega Master System, which nobody had heard of, which also came before Genesis in the Sega systems in 1989. But as far as my shadow work that I do, it's a lot about the unmanifest authenticity that we've suppressed within. And so that's applicable here too. There's our lost, suppressed child at heart, dying to get out, and to be able to go through the shadow work process, you can access that aspect of yourself, bring it to the forefront, and make yourself whole once again, and become authentic when you had been maybe being a people pleaser or suppressing your true emotions in the past. So it's a beautiful process, and I've been able to do it for myself and now share that gift with others. So thank you so much.
And what you were saying about the cube, it's really on point. The cube. Well, we've essentially got the three principles, which are the structure of one. For one to come into being, there had to be an active principle moving through the passive state in order for inertia and the forces of creative growth and movement to be able to find their relative balance and harmony. And within these two, there had to be a resolution. Where did they meet? And they met in the structure of time. So time has to always have three faces. You know, when we look at witchcraft, we look at the crone, we look at the queen, and we look at the princess as archetypes. You know, the young maiden, the crone, and the developed bosom, rightness, ready to conceive. And we find the same structure when we consider the masculine archetypes too. So there seems to be this universal structure of three. And when we take a look at the maths of three, it becomes 7. For A plus B plus C, and AB and AC and ABC and BC makes 7. So you've got an automatic 7-ray structure which operates with the sun in the center as the gravitational fixer through the life force, Brownic field being translocated through the epicenter of the sun, which I and my 7-year-old, by the way, I don't know whose fault that is, believes is a very fast spinning cube. A cube that's rotating so fast, and it's not necessarily a physical cube, but the rotation is to such a frequency of sound that it produces high voltage of electrical potential that becomes heat and light. And there we go, the sun. So the cube, I believe, is fundamental to the structure. We haven't mentioned the flower of life yet, which is essentially what the cube structures. The 6 principles dancing around the 7th principle, the 6 directions dancing around the 7th principle, as 6 is the mystical number of 7. We look at the number 7, we're looking at, well, it depends how you're going to look at this, but if you want to look at it in terms of its actualization and in terms of its metaphysics, you have to say that metaphysically it is Vav, or not Vav, the Hierophant, but the Hierophant relates to Vav. And when we look at that, that relates to the lovers, which relates to Zain. So we've got these interplay between 5, 6, and 7, which is being resolved in the structure of the cube. The pentagram, the pentagon, the structure which has got the most strength and structure in the universe. The cube is a representation of dynamism, for it's a dynamic expression of the structure of 5. 5 in movement, you could say, is 6. And 6, when you look at the cube, we have to consider the inner direction. So it's a wonderful metaphor for the human consciousness as being the 6 directions, the 6 senses, if you will. And we need to consider that thought is a sense. Emotions and thoughts are a sensory apparatus. We like to think of it as something separate, but it's not really something separate in my mind. It's very much what it is. And here we go. We have the first lady that has joined us. Lily is a witch. She's super awesome. We love Lily. She's got an incredible warehouse of information floating in her head. She is a wonderfully inspired gardener too, I've realized. So much blessings to that. She has been working her home, turning it into a beautiful oasis of abundance. And I suppose abundance is the structure of this matrix, for it is abundantly manifesting our thoughts and our desires in the world around us as a translocation medium, if you will. I'd love to give you a chance to jump on the stage. Welcome, Lily.
Hi everyone. So lovely to be here and be with you all. BushWhisperer, thank you so much. Peace and love and blessings to you for that beautiful introduction and all the love that you constantly send to me and everybody. Sorry guys, I'm late, so I don't know where we got to in the conversation, but I'm really happy to let you guys carry on and I'll pitch in organically as and when.
Welcome, Lily. Glad to have you. So we were talking about.
Who would like to jump?
And I just want to mention quickly, when you look at the cube in 3 dimensions and turn it sideways, it becomes a hexagon. And so the cube can also be represented by the hexagon, 6-sided cube, 6-sided polygon, Or sometimes people refer to it as the Star of David, being a symbol of it as well. I know 7 also refers to Saturn worship, but the symbol of Saturn kind of looks like a 5. But it's kind of an H with a cross with an H. So I wanted to refer to those just to get that all out there for symbolism. And I cut somebody off, but go right ahead. Who was talking?
Oh, I did want to say, I think you were right about it being the 3-pointed star, not the 4-pointed star.
Yeah.
But on the topic of Maya and kind of like this big illusion, I came across this concept that I think gives an image to what that really is, which is morphic resonance structures. And so basically, like when we're thinking about manifestation, what we're thinking about is kind of like creating an unbound polarity. It's like we're creating one side of the polarity within ourselves, and we're trying to match that with something outside of ourselves. And that as a whole would essentially be a morphic resonance structure. So that's something that can kind of traverse time itself. And something that I feel kind of is central to this that comes from Buddhist insights is how these kind of morphic resonance structures play into manifesting certain I guess mystical experiences which play into our learning process. So it's not that it's something, like a lot of times when people think of Buddhism, they think like, a kind of straight line kind of middle path experience. But I think the reality of it is a lot more personalized, a lot more along the lines of a way of learning from the dense expression of our personal selves in the kind of Maya that is created from our own inner experience. Because, when we're talking about enlightenment and things like that, I think what we're really talking about is not something that is just a common insight among all people, but an insight that caters to, individual personages. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Shout out to Rupert Sheldrake, I believe his name was, from the 70s. He's the scientist, for those of you that want to go and look up morphic resonance. It's an interesting concept. DNA has filaments that are resonating acoustically, and the acoustic feedback loop of the resonant field of Earth, which is the Akasha, which is the basis of the structure of the Great Dream of Maya, the shamanic Dreamtime. It's worth looking at Rupert Sheldrake. So those of you out there that are keen bookworms, he's going to keep you entertained if you haven't heard of him. But please, everybody, throw yourselves out there.
Rupert Sheldrake's amazing. I love his concepts of morphic resonance and panpsychism, the idea that nature has a mind. Apparently, he got a lot of those ideas from a French philosopher. He's mentioned that before in some of his lectures. I don't know if he divulged which one it was.
I think the point that LiberLam just made, or a few of the points, but in particular regarding it, it's a personal realization. It's your personal journey, your enlightenment, your reality, your view. And for me, that's the optimum of, the whole Matrix conversation and Maya and the veil and, the veil that's been upon us for hundreds, thousands of years. It's that, in the Matrix system, everyone's reality is perceived to be, we're all sharing reality. This is your reality. The sky is blue and, the sun is yellow and you go to work, and that's the reality. And that's what maintains the veil, I think, more than anything. And it's, for me, I guess one of the biggest realizations over the last few years of certainly for me being awake, and then, having to kind of be around constantly, because we all do, friends, family, work colleagues, people in stores that aren't fully awakened or even part awakened. And it's really interesting when you see for the first time that absolute clash of the veil and the non-veil and the two entities, you and the other, and there's the polarity there. And for me, it's so strong and it's so obvious. And I often wonder, I'm sure we've all had where we have interactions and some people can't figure us out, or some people, think we're otherworldly, or different names, different comments we've had. And it's really interesting to me is that are we juxing something with them? Are we affecting the veil? Of course, it's still over us to a degree, because we're having to live our own polarity in terms of one foot in our spiritual awakened state of being, as we all are, multidimensional beings here. But equally, to function in the matrix, we have to have one foot in the matrix, whether we like it or not. We just have to while we're here, to a lesser or more extent, depending on all our personal choices. But that's just something for me, I guess a question I'm throwing out to you guys is, do you feel that we are having some tangible effect when we interact with people that are heavily veiled? And can you feel that?
I think we can feel it for sure. As a matter of fact, it depends on your environment too. If you just meet someone in a supermarket real quick, it might not be quite the same with all the lights and the smells and the sounds and stuff. But in a private conversation, or maybe in a, not such a busy public setting, I think that you can feel it. You can also feel the resistance right away if that's what's coming your way. But I think it actually has to do with something else that Libra was sort of getting at, with the idea of being unbound, or the idea of maybe an electrical circuit not being complete, or the Ouroboros not quite making his tail, or in music maybe an octave that isn't quite satisfied. If you only play the 7 notes and not the octave, you get a very unsatisfying dissonant sort of feeling. And hopefully we can discuss dissonance, because I know that the full moon has a very dissonant quality in my mind, in a good way, of course. But to sort of answer the question, I was thinking about how the cube, again with X, the cube being 10, A plus B plus C plus D is 10, and the X usually representing 10, and how, not to have to bring this into the conversation, but I think it really matters, because in order to answer your question, I think since 9/11, skipping right over 10, that number specifically, 9/11 skips right over 10. It's almost like they avoided making the final connection to the octave and just started the next cycle over again. And this really kept the veil going so strongly still, that COVID wasn't even, it wasn't the final moment for most people. They still hadn't had enough of reality to believe that maybe somebody like us had a good point here and there and maybe was right about something. The veil is still pretty strong because of this, call it an age change, call it whatever you want. We avoided reaching the octave and we started the next octave, it seems. And that seems to make it very difficult to make the connection. Even if you feel it with someone, that veil is there. There was never that sense of completeness, almost the unachievable love that a lot of the Renaissance had for, like, the Virgin Mary, let's say, who wouldn't sleep with somebody, but they wanted her, that kind of thing.
That's really on point. I love that. I love that you bring it back to this point, and the way in which the veil is really a personal structure that we carry around within ourselves, a limitation, but it's also very much a firmament structure which exists between the macabre and the cube, wrapped up in the octahedron, of course. The octahedron, we were going to get there, I'm sure. The real source of the octave, the real source of the power of the structure of reality. Though I'd love to welcome MoonFeather. MoonFeather is a decoder. She works very much with cartomancy, and she's big-hearted, wonderful lady, a mother of note. She's got a big family that she looks after. Thank you so much for being here. And a wise lady. We've got 2 of the wise ladies here. I'm so happy it's not totally men-dominated environment. Thank you, sisters. And MoonFeather, do please take the stage, my love.
Peace and blessings to everyone. What's up, guys? Do you hear me okay? Am I coming through clear? Yes. Awesome. I better. Mercury retrograde, we're direct. Mercury is direct, and better act right. So peace and blessings. Franklin, oh my gosh, it's so wonderful to see you. Thank you for this beautiful platform. I love the way the light is hitting off of your face. You're glowing, my dear. You're glowing. I absolutely love it. Lily, bless you. It's so good to see you. My goodness. Always so radiant, always so charming. I absolutely love you. I do want to give a shout out to Rama, sending her much love and healing light. I absolutely love her and I miss seeing her on here, but I know that she's strong and she will be joining us soon. Third Eye Edify, it's so good to see a face.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. It's so good to see you here. Kunami, what's up? We killing these online live vibes for sure. Our show was wonderful last night, and the Ronin experience. Shout out to Ronin for sure. Indy Stages always gets so wonderful to see you as well. Always so colorful, representing with the hats and all these wonderful colors. I absolutely love it. LiberLam, what is up, sweetheart? It is always so good to hear your voice, and you're amazing. So always good to see you on here. And shout out to everyone who's down in the chat. Shout out to Vega for sure. I just want to give everyone so much love. This is the energy we're in. It's so powerful. I love this topic. When Franklin had mentioned it earlier, he's like, oh, you know, kind of thinking about this. I was like, oh my gosh, I hope he's going to talk about the Matrix. I hope he's going to talk about the Matrix. And we are here, guys. That is the energy we are in. The Matrix, whatever it is, right? Because everybody is going to throw in their own perspectives, but it is a very real thing. It's even though, right, the story behind it, or the belief behind it, is it's what we were talking about in the beginning, which is like a computer program, right? Or game, like a game, like we were talking about gaming, you guys, earlier. And of course, I absolutely love games. When I was younger, my first system was a ColecoVision. And that is crazy old, you know what I'm saying? And then from there, it just took off. And there is something to say about people who, you know, when we were younger, that we were absolutely attracted to these types of games, to gaming. You know, I think it's just something that was instilled within us, and then somehow it's been able to manifest, and we've been able to go deeper into what it actually is, right? Which is the veil, which is the Matrix, you know? And my gosh, I cannot wait to hear everyone's perspective, and we could dig in. And, you know, I just want to quickly, before I forget, I had saw an interview between these two podcasters, right? And one had said, or one had asked the other one, like, listen, you know, everybody's saying, like, listen, we're living in a hologram. We're living in a hologram. We're living in a Matrix. That none of this is real. Like, you know, what are we going to do? And the other podcaster said, so what? So what if we are? So what if all of this is all a computer generated and it's not real, or whatever the case is? It still does not invalidate our feelings and the experiences that we go through in this 3D. You know, say we still have a mission. Whatever that is, everyone's mission is different. We're all on different journeys, but at the same time, we could all vibe on the same level. Just as you were saying, Lily, like, do we have that connection with other people? Absolutely. Did we make those connections before? Very most likely, you know, and that's all energy. You know, energy is real. I don't care if the Matrix is a hologram. Energy is real. And that's what we are infinitely. We are light beings. We are energy. And this is an experience. And I'm here to write it out and have a lot of fun with it. And yeah, absolutely, guys. Thank you so much for everyone coming on. And
Thank you so much. And Mystic Ronan has arrived. I'd love to give Mystic Ronan an introduction. He is... Thank you very much. Thank you. He is a wonderful decoder and a true man after my own heart, shamanically inspired. He listens to the birds, something we have in common. My boy has in common with him too. And just an absolutely solid guy, a father and an occultist in his own right, studying the words, very much in tune with the vibrations and frequencies of sounds and words. I'd love to give you the floor. And the Mystic Ronin show is an absolute must for those of you that haven't seen it. And for those of you that have seen it, it's still a must. He really drops the hammer. And there's also some advice to be found there with regards to finance, which is finger to the pulse where we're at. Without any more words, Mystic Ronin, welcome.
Oh, thank you, my friends. Keep the flattery coming. No, keep coming. So it's an honor to be here. I guess Mooney's cheating on us. She's listening to other podcasters, seeing other podcasters on the side. I mean, tisk, man. But guys, welcome to another day in the Matrix. The only way to win is not to play. Make sure you take your pills. Take your various pills. Shout out to my pasty thigh crew. You know what I mean? Thigh recognizes thigh. Let that thigh meat shine. I see you, and that's why I wear the glasses. So that's how I identify my people in the wilderness. So it's a true honor to be here. Let's talk Matrix, and we had a good time. Lily, it's great to see you. Indy, LiberLam, Third Eye, Edify, and the homie Franklin, man. You guys are all a true blessing to me personally. So I can only hope to reciprocate that energy and love. But yeah, if you listen to the Ronin Experience, I'm sure if you sift through some of my ramblings and gibberish, you might find something of value there. But usually Kilelle and MoonFeather carry the show. But I'm going to sit back and listen and learn. And it's a true honor to be here. Thank you, everyone.
And Soraya has just arrived. Welcome, Soraya. Soraya is someone who I've known for a while. She is wonderfully authentic, an awesome poetess, an inspirer. She's always got something positive to say. She's always got something uplifting to share. Thank you. Uri, please, not now. That's my Alaskan Malamute having something to share. He gets jealous of the little Pekingese dog that comes to hang out with me, and they all want to have a piece of me. But welcome, Soraya. I'd love to give you a chance to say hello. And then there's something that I wanted to ask the Third Eye Edify, but first, Soraya.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Welcome, my dear.
Hi.
Hi.
There's something that I wanted to ask you. You wanted to mention the sea to Georges. Is it okay if I call you that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm Franklin. Just heads up. So those that don't know. You mentioned the sea, and I live by the sea, so I watch the sea. I have been noticing the penguins, like the numbers of penguins here have dwindled over the last few weeks.
Wow.
And the oceans have become raw, and the sound quality of the sea has changed as well. Not just the nature of the movement of the water, but it's like the frequencies of the substance of water isn't what it was. This is to my visceral senses. And I also noticed on the mountain, the birds are singing different songs. And the moon has been so close. Today we had, within the last 24 hours, we've had extreme spring highs and spring lows where I just have not seen the water so far away. People have been trying to dodge tsunamis that aren't there. See people on the beach looking like nervously waiting for the tsunami, and there isn't one. It takes a while to get used to the fact that that's where the water's going to rest. But I'd love to hear what you were going to share with us about the ocean, because I think the moon is probably a good place to start when we're talking about the nature of the Paroketh. And Paroketh is a name of the veil which separates the state of reality from the inner realities, i.e. the etheric path leading into the astral. And the etheric and the astral being binary code, if you will, for the nature of the matrix. The in and the out, the in-breath, the out-breath. That which brings the consciousness flow towards matter, and that which reflects back as a feedback loop, creating the Ouroboros sensation of consciousness, so that it can become a continuity of frequency and vibrations. But let's hear about the sea for now.
Sure. You know, I was thinking more about the moon than the sea, but the sea actually works very well, musically speaking, where I'm going to be discussing from, because the primordial sea is really C. The letter C, musically speaking, is what is nicknamed the Bible key, because it is the only key that has no sharps and flats, just natural letters across the wheel. And I had put the 12 notes of music that we typically use in the West, at least, I put that up against the zodiac, and I gave each zodiac a letter. So what happens as a result is there are certain connections zodiacally that work with music as well, harmonically. And I thought that was extremely interesting. It also made me very suspicious. But more importantly for this conversation right now is that especially what you were just talking about, the inner versus the outer, I think people, whether they think this is a pseudoscience or not, felt something the past few weeks leading up to this full moon. And it really almost fought each other. The inner sense that something amazing and something big was coming, something as in maybe being productive in what you do, or finally finding a little step forward when it feels like you were down. And then externally, it seems like everything's terrible around you and there's, nothing's going to be happening, but you knew that something good was coming. It's just difficult to see it in the outside. So what I think it really was, and this is just my own little perspective, coming from a music idea, is that the full moon was in Aries, but the sun was in Libra, right? Mm-hmm. And also I'm in Aries and my wife is a Libra as far as sun. So just a total coincidence there, right? But if you look at the wheel, Aries being at the very top, you get a straight line down the center. You get the pole, so to speak, right? Where everything revolves around. And musically speaking, the two notes we would get are C and F sharp. These two notes are a dissonance that we typically label as what's called a tritone. And whether we know what that is or not important. What's important about the tritone is that it is the dissonance the ultimate dissonance that resolves back to the original key's point of rest. In other words, the turmoil that may have been felt, and I personally experienced it on such a high level that usually doesn't happen for me. It seems to be coming from this concept, this polar opposite concept of creating a dissonance that needs to resolve in a beautiful way. That dissonance I was feeling, I just moved to Kentucky and I lived in New York my entire life for 41 years. I've only been here for about 5 or 6 months, but I kind of had to reset my entire music business all over again, and it's felt very troubling, like, oh man, am I going to make it? What's going on here? And then yesterday, 5 different things happened regarding a book I'm writing, regarding the music in general, regarding teaching, regarding this new idea of teaching. I'm going to try to help people see their own wellness through the concepts of music, through the concepts of frequency. So all those concepts came to fruition for me, and it really felt unbelievable. I really sensed it, and I think a lot of other people did. And hopefully it does kind of crush what I found in my old dictionaries saying that, astrology is pseudoscience and stuff like that.
I love what you say about C, because I always consider C to relate to Aries. Like it's where the scale starts.
Yes.
And you mentioned Libra. Libra's got a wonderful relationship to the sun. Isn't it it's the furthest out from the sun in a sense that it's got the least solar qualities attached to it. And LiberLam is life, right? Libera and Liber Re, the sun. So the life of the sun is maintained through Libra, which is Lamet in the Paleo-Hebrew script, which is an ox code, which controls the Aleph. And the Aleph, the basis of the alphabet, the breath, the spirit, the life force, the prana. So the Al becomes probably the most well-known name, and in Arabic science it's became Allah. In others it's pronounced in different ways, but this is fundamental structures of polarizing. So Libra is that which polarizes and brings the polarities into a sense of continuity and harmony so that they can express the balance. And when we're looking at Aries, like you say, Aries is that first punch that starts the proverbial fight, the fight to come into this world and take flesh. And the moment we take flesh, it is, like you say, it's a fight, it's a struggle. We got to make ends meet. We've got to fight the good fight, got to keep ticking on. Then we become parents. And whoa! Next level things to think about and responsibilities. And so life becomes this incredible struggle. And I think it's meant to be that way, because this to me is what the nature of the matrix represents. It represents Ma. Okay, so Ma is the mother. And Tra, so Tra is interesting because it's the beginnings of the triangle, the beginning of the Trinity coming into being through Matre, and the X marks the spot. And so the X is essentially that fundamental structure that binds the 3 dynamic polarities into a sense of 6, so that the mystic 7 can find expression through the 6, and the 6 can become the mystic character of the 7. And so I think that when we're looking at the matrix it's very easy to start thinking in terms of, oh, this world is just a fantasy, because it is a fantasy in a sense. The nature of this world is based on fantasies in our brain, because we experience reality. Then after experiencing reality, which is an extra dimensional phenomenon, our senses take hold of the information, recode it into our brains. Our brain works it over. If we're enlightened, it's 2 seconds. If we drink too much beer and watch football, it's 4 seconds. And then we've got the structured reality that we live in, which is essentially an anthropomorphic projection of our own desires as we want to see the world. So a liar sees everybody as liars, sees the world full of liars. A lover sees the world as beautiful and everybody is lovers. And so we will literally be able to pull out of the matrix what we've got within ourselves and through the principle of harmonic resonance, which I think is the source code of the matrix. And we can also think about, the parabolic structure of this universe, the parabole, the round, and the paranoia, right? So the mind is always structuring the circle of being and creating our own personal reflection of the circle of being so that we can reflect the parabrahm, which is that intelligence that circles the universe and holds it in a cauldron of causality. And that word, once again, obviously is coming from Vedic. So when we're thinking about the parabolic reflectors of sound, I think of this universe as being a parabolic reflection of the acoustic qualities of consciousness as it's resonating back towards us through the senses, structuring it in this way that we can give it a sense of concrete reality, because the truth of reality is so abstract, it's almost defies belief. And to understand that is why I believe we need the veil of Paroketh, the veil that subtracts some of this reality from us, because it's a lot to digest, and we need a well-functioning pineal and pituitary gland emotional intelligence, and the structuring intelligence needs to be in a state of harmony for us to be able to grasp the true principles of reality, because they are so abstractly, they're like sand, they will slip through our fingertips. And I also have noticed that the deeper I go into myself, the more aware I become of sound. This seems to be the structuring thing, and obviously the Visuddhi chakra is the seat of sound. So there was first the name, and that principle of vibration, the Hermetic principle, seems to be the key note, the keystone upon which the structure of reality has been built, like the house of our minds, being able to give us the form of thinking that is able to give us the reaction that we need from the sensory input in order to create the reality that we think we're living in. But Maya is probably the most fundamentally accurate way of describing reality, for what is there in reality that is not affected by our own minds and turned into a paradoxical perception of something which is completely personalized. And you can get 10 people looking at the same thing and they will see 10 different things. And here we're going to see 9 different versions of reality and they're all on point. I don't want to take the stage, but I'll leave it open.
I think it's, all of your points are always so on point, Franklin. And I think, what you've just said, and also playing to what MoonFeather said when she joined with her amazing, gorgeous, high vibe energy that she always brings. And she was saying about, it's what we put into it. And absolutely that's the case. And your point is, bang on. And I think, we all know that in terms of, 10 of us have a completely different experience looking at the same thing. And that for me is the beauty in this, whether it is a hologram, computer program, whatever's happening. I share MoonFeather's sentiment on that. Irrespective, we're here and we're manifesting as energy. And I think our missions are individual and we may or may not know what they are. But I think while we're here, it's our duty to manifest the best possible reality for our own personal selves that we can. And, if we're manifesting from a place of balance and harmony and love, then that resonates out onto others, like this beautiful group here. and then that resonates out, and that's where we get the ripple effect. And that's where I think we have a tangible effect on the overall matrix. And I think for me, that's the kind of realization is, you know, everyone that's heavily plugged into the matrix and heavily veiled, it's all about what can I do for myself? What can I do for myself? You know, it's all about how much money can I get? How, you know, what car can I have? What house can I have? So the matrix system, that veil that's so heavy, it is really rooted in that. It's rooted in self, and look after yourself, and that's the end of it. And maybe look after your family, but, you know, nothing outside of that bubble. Whereas our view, our side, our realities, and although, you know, there's 9 of us here on this call right now, so all 9 of us are going to have a completely different reality of just this whole conversation. But there is a unity in our view, because we are all coming from that place of love and harmony and balance, and therefore the 9 of us will resonate that out, and that's where we'll have the impact, irrespective of, you know, whether myself and Third Eye edify or myself and Indy have completely different views of this 2 or 3 hours that we'll pass by together now. The core of what we're putting out there and the core of where we're coming from is the same, and therefore it will have an effect. I think the harmonic link is really strong and completely unsurprising, because the synchronicities between us all are always off the page, and especially around this full moon. But I was reading or rereading The Secrets of Amenti earlier on, which for you guys that know, it's a huge monster of a book. And I really need to get through it, because it's fascinating me. And I know that there's different schools of thought on this, and the Anunnaki and the Templar Solar Initiates. And I know it can be a trigger for some people, but the core of that is all about when all of this started 560 odd million years ago, and it was all harmonic universe. So everything that Franklin and Third Eye Edify have just said is exactly, it's kind of that, it brings us right to the start, day one. And for me, that's just, it's a beautiful thing. And I, you know, the sound, the frequency, and Third Eye Edify, I'm really interested in what you're doing for people in terms of frequency readings, because I think that just sounds absolutely incredible and not something I've ever heard anyone do before.
It's brand new for me too.
The best things in life are often new.
If I could go back to Lily's first question about how we impact the matrix, right? How we impact and influence people. Think about going to Times Square and levitating like David Blaine, right? You're going to get a lot of people's attention, because you're doing something out of the ordinary in front of a lot of people, right? As opposed to in a closet in a house somewhere, or someone's basement, or someone's backyard, right? Now, juxtapose that next to the 100 monkey experiment, right? Where you have monkeys on one island and monkeys on mainland, and they're cutting cantaloupes. And at the instant one figures out how to do it on the mainland, they all figure out how to do it through the anthropomorphic field, right? Because you can't reduce or even multiply energy. But once it is out, once it's actually manifested, it has to spread. It has to become a part of the collective unconscious, right? Like that's the realm that we live in. Mathematics is the alphabet with which God has written the universe. It is up to us to witness it and to recognize it for what it is. Coincidence can be summoned, right? It's just a matter of attention and timing. Once is coincidence, twice is happenstance, and 3 times is magic. You're muted, Indy.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to mention that as far as the Matrix being a heavy veil, Saturn is represented by lead. And I also wanted to tie in something about video games in the United States. I don't know how it is in other countries, but I know that first-person shooter games are all the craze here, not just for kids, but like a lot of adults. And like people into the middle age are like really gung-ho about these first-person shooter games. And I always wondered about that. Why are adults still playing video games in our society? And I kind of looked into it, and I found that America is the military strong arm of the establishment. And so we are given sexual repression and pushed into violence early on from toddlerhood, where they give us a gun, like shoot the bad guy who's like the Native Americans, like the Cowboys and Indians thing or something, or whatever it is. They try to get us to do that when we're young, bows and arrows or a gun, and then get on the video game and do the first person shooting and work with a team of mercenaries. And they're just trying to get people ready to join the military here. And so like sex is completely forbidden here. You have to pay to see it usually, or go onto some lucrative website, but it's not on TV. You have to pay pay-per-view or something. And in other countries, like in Europe, it's after a certain time, there's, sex is on TV at night. And here in America, they tell kids that babies come from a stork. And now with the LGBTY community taking force politically now, we're not allowed to talk about how babies are made. I got kicked out of a kava bar yesterday because I said that men can't have a baby.
Oh, man.
And they said I'm not allowed back. And I think it's really important that children understand how babies are made, that we can have a family, that it's okay to be traditional now. You don't have to worry about being beat up and attacked by a gang of LGBTYs if you feel like having a family is okay. It's been difficult for us here. It's getting worse.
Well, definitely.
I didn't go somewhere like that.
Also, I wanted to mention Rene Descartes in his meditations was one of the first people to create the idea of the simulation. He found in his first meditation that all that he can know without faith in God is that this could be the plot of an evil deceiver that has kept us here in this world of a dream or a nightmare, and that we can't know that this isn't an evil deceiver keeping us in a dream, and that all these other minds are just a figment of our imagination, which is a philosophy that was then later called Cartesian solipsism, the idea that other minds are imaginary, that there's only one mind, and that's the person itself, which is the epitome of egoism, that the delusion of separation, focusing on the self, and that the self is separate or an island from the rest of the world or other people, is very detrimental to us to fall away from the idea that we are all interconnected, not only with one another, but with nature and the cosmos and everything. So to understand how to surpass that veil of confusion and disempowerment, we come into a new place. And a lot of times that place will keep us from being able to integrate with other people that still live within the veil, which can be very difficult.
Yeah, it can be frustrating, but I think going back to what you were just saying, and what MoonFeather was saying at the start, we all know here that we have some kind of duty or purpose, or we can feel it within us, whether we were aware initially or not. But I think that what you were just saying about in the States, definitely we have the games here, and there's quite a gaming culture, but it's not so much the shooter ones. It's more different. I mean, the Call of Duty is a huge game here, but Fortnite, is it? That's the one that all the kids and everyone seems to be addicted to. But we don't have the whole gun culture. That's not the road that this country was sent down. But you guys have all of that, and I agree, you are like the strong arm military. But our matrix over here is more focused on what you just said your latter point, which is all the breaking down of the family unit, the debauchery, they've gone super heavy on that here in the UK and in Europe. And this is why, like you were just saying, we've got sex all over the TV. Yeah, I mean, to the level where it's completely inappropriate. And it's woven into all kinds of stuff that, children are exposed to. I mean, friends of mine are in this huge group over here called Guardians of the Children. And they've just spent the last 8 months literally going around in their own time to all the schools in this country trying to stop. The government have funded this initiative called Drag Queen Storytime. And so they've got drag queens, guys in, like the full regalia, like the underwear showing and the PPC dresses and stuff, like proper full on, going into primary schools to sit with 4 and 5 year old children and read them stories. So, and this is the government that have subsidized this, and this is all over the country. So there's mayhem here because obviously everyone's trying to stop this and protect the children. But you can imagine then everyone's up against, well, you're homophobic and you have an issue with the LGBT community. And it's just, so it's here, it's actually getting really quite dangerous in terms of if you speak up. But the reason I'm saying all of this is to bring back to your point of what you were saying. And irrespective, I know my truth. I know what my higher self is saying to me. And I know that irrespective of the consequence, I have to stand in my truth. And that means saying something, being part of stopping this, and maintaining the family connection. Because right back to your point of us being connected to everything, and we are, like when I'm outside and I look at a leaf, I can feel that it's the same as my skin. We are one and the same thing. When I look at my cat, the beautiful cat that's there, look right on cue. We are one. We are all one thing. So the matrix system is trying to find every kind of possible way to break us down, to break connections, and to break the family unit, which we know is one of the strongest connections there is their focus. But all we need to do, and Kilelle said this, the first ever, I think, stream we all did together was the Divine Feminine.
Can someone mute their mic? I'm sorry, Lily. Can someone mute their mic? There's an echo or there's breathing. It's distracting. Peace and harmony.
Kilelle was saying on the Divine Feminine call that one of the guys, it was Quintavius, had said he had got into trouble because he called someone ma'am over in the States in a store, and so he got into trouble for that. And Kilelle was saying, which I just adored, Kilelle said immediately, no, this is the hill that we all have to die on. Like, we have to uphold these values, the family unit, the being connected, and that's how we come against the matrix and the veil. And that's it on every frontier, because they are coming after us in every single way, as we know. Like it's full on now. Like they're throwing everything at us right now.
So may I chime in, Lily?
Of course.
To build on to what you were saying. By the way, Indy, I don't know if that cat is an agent of the Matrix. I suspect
the glitch.
It's reporting back to its spiritual masters what you're up to. But to talk about the gaming, it's very similar to sports. It's a distraction, right? It's the same thing, and it's all a distraction. And even the dudes dressing as chicks and wanting to be called women, and I speak. Hey man, I'm not simple-minded, but I boil it down to its common denominator. I'm like, what's up, bro? You know what I mean? Sweet wig. But you know what I mean? Your eyeliner's running. You might want to. But all that is also a part of the Baphomet stuff to confuse you. It's literally to confuse you. It's also to create chaos. It's to distract you and disempower you. That's the whole point. Bread and circus, right? And then they want you to be emotional They want you to be angry, and they want you to be confused.
Yeah.
Like you think like some people might be watching this Matrix and playing it in that thinking the government's incompetent or these humanism people that want to, you know, I mean, let's get into that merging of biology and machine technocracy. They've been on that for a while, but the point is to make you think that they are that they're dumb, but they're not dumb. That's the point. It's to cause confusion. You know what I mean? It's to cause distraction. That's the point. It's also to tear, you know, it was built to fail. It was built to be, this whole matrix has been built to be controlled demolition, you know? And that's why I think the stuff we talk about is,
you don't have a juice?
It's very important. Anyway, I'll rest my mic there. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Forgive me. But transhumanism is another thing in this matrix. That's a thing. You know, go ahead, Indy. Indy's got something.
It's really freaky. They're trying to normalize that now. Did you guys all see there was a video? I don't know if it was in the States there was a tennis match this week or last week with the robots playing against the humans. And it literally made me feel sick to see it, because they're just completely normalizing now this. And obviously everyone that's asleep is like, oh, this is really cool. And to me, it's terrifying. It's
Lily, dude, they think the people are choosing convenience, which they've always will do.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, Chat GBT is so cool. Oh my gosh. Like, can Chat GBT, if Jorge and Franklin start jamming, you think Chat GBT can replicate that beforehand? You know, like play something from the heart. Like, you know, it's all artificial. And I'm going to tell you, I've said this multiple times before. Everything artificial will fail, whether it's gracefully or catastrophically.
Yeah.
Nature anything tied in with nature is not going to fail.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about.
I have a theory I wanted to share with you guys tying into this, and especially with what you just brought up, Ronan, about the ties to a natural order, and then there being this very confusing kind of like sideshow going on that's really taken the center stage. And my theory is, you know, in this idea of like egregores, we have this idea that, at least especially in the US and in the West, we have this idea that the things that are egregores are actually having this kind of transcendent value to them, that they're not, you know, just like us, kind of fed by things and sustained and passing at some point. And this egregore of Satan, of a deceiver, is something that I see in a lot of people, at least in, like, you know, Georgia, down here in the deep South. I see a lot of people polarized absolutely by this idea of Satan. And what I've been thinking is, you know, informed by the remote viewing of the future that a lot of people are doing, which, you know, isn't an exact science because the future can be changed. But what they say is, you know, this polarization is actually going to reach a climax point. And at the end of it, this egregore rises from the ashes and is done. And I think that this can explain a lot of the deception, because, you know, the sense that I get of this is it's not even directly from some controller, from the government or, you know, top agencies of intelligence, but got to take a breath. But that it's kind of just infiltrated everyone's hearts, and you know, those who are vulnerable can be at the very bottom or the very top. And I noticed it a lot with like the reaction that people have that reinforces this illusion. It's like if someone challenges the critical gender theory stuff, the reaction to it, it's not like it's not that they really feel that it's something that can be contested. They have a very visceral reaction to it, and I see it as something that signifies a kind of unhealthy balance that we're in culturally, and also a difficult paradigm shift that will happen, but I think will set us back on the path of kind of harmony with the divine, whether we have to lose some tech and lose some human advancement in the process. At the end of the day, things, I imagine, have to get set right.
That's very interesting, and I'd like to tie that to what Ronan's saying, because I think we're getting to something here. You're talking about the egregore, right? That term comes from the ancient Greek Gregori. And the Gregori are the 200 beings that took flesh from the spiritual planes. There was a state of a golden age, a state of perfection, and then came the Devi. And some of the Devi in this became the Asura. And the Asura and the Devi came from the same place, but evolved in different directions. The Asura started to mess with humans, and out came the Rakshas, or as they're known as the Yakshas in Persian texts or elsewhere. And so these Gregori are the original archangels, if you will, that took form on the physical plane, that broke away from the proverbial chain of life for the true matrix. And here's something I'm going to throw out there. There's a true matrix, and then there's our matrix. I think the true matrix is the chain of life, that we are constructed of organs that are separate beings, and the organs are constructed of tissues that are different populations. And the different populations live together to form beings. And these beings live together to form a population within tissues, within populations of populations. And these are bound together by microbial populations that bind these molecules together. And so we are a conglomeration of about 18 trillion beings, as far as I can calculate. I mean, I don't know, I never did the math, but there are a lot of us in one of our bodies. This flesh puppet's quite a complicated thing. And on the spiritual plane, there's the same hierarchy of continuity of consciousness. So for the breath to be drawn, there has to be an agreement between a vast range of beings that stretch from the first eon through the eons of time to make it possible for this reality to copy and to become a reflection of something that is spiritual. So we can consider the first principle of Hermes as being intact. And the quantum entangling process that comes out of it to create this reality is sort of like an error, a mistake. And that the mistake came because some of the beings from the chain of life broke away and thought, hey, why don't we go down and enjoy this for ourselves? Why make it be a part of this chain so that the enjoyment is kept by that, or the final savoring free will is enjoyed down there while we become a structuring unit in this free will. So this brings us to the angelic and the archangelic and all the structures of MoonFeather having technical problems. She's not connected anymore. Well, I'm sure she'll figure it out. And so, yeah, these Gregori are essentially these ancient beings that took form. And from there comes the story of Shemyaza and the great wars. And from them came the Nephilim, which was these Gregori creating mixed beings, and these mixed beings having offspring, and the offspring creating barbarous titanic beings. These were the Anakim, the giants, and we had the giant wars. And so there seems to be a lot of literature pointing out that in our past there were these divine beings of sorts that came from elsewhere with divine intelligence and wisdom and spiritual consciousness, and had an interfering element. Some of them had an interfering element with humans, and some of them were trying to protect humans from those that were interfering with us. And so these structures of Lemuria and Atlantis came into being, and great wars there were in the Irish legends. There's, the one had the spear, the other one had the sword. These weapons could wipe out entire cities. And we see the same thing in the Vedas. We can discover that there were nuclear bombs let off in the Middle East thousands of years ago. So we had technology. They've lied to us about our history. So there seems to be a group of people that are lying to us. Now this brings us to the crux of the matrix. There are these non-physical beings that have a stake in this matrix. And they've sort of tricked us into living in this matrix. Now, whether we believe in demons or, whatever our belief is, the idea that we're not alone on the physical plane, I think most of us can appreciate that things aren't what they seem to be. And so the structure of being is that there are various different realities, even physics and science. Henry, really? He's digging a hole in my couch. So the structure of being is really a fundamental circus, if you will, of these beings that are sort of fingering us from elsewhere because they were cast into an etheric pit by some stories, Michael, Ariel, Raphael, Gabriel, who sealed it off, put them into the etheric portal in the earth, and they couldn't escape. And this is why Emmanuel had to come, and he was a powerful medium, had to take on the powers of the sun, had to actually become the character and the personality of the sun, so that the first eon, Deus Peter, Jupiter, could manifest the love of creation through this being, in order for the blood to become perfected, so that when the ritual of blood being spilt upon the earth, the etheric plane of the earth could be cleansed, so that those beings would not be able to have dominion over us spiritually. So, and then of course the Greeks twisted this up and took a Mithrais worship, changed the Sabbath to Sunday instead of Saturday, and said you can't call yourself Jews anymore, you have to call yourself Christians, because Christos is the Kundalini that rises from our Mithrais, practicing his sexual purifications. So everything got a little bit mixed up. And like you say, there's been this mixing up and confusing of all of these spiritual traditions by design, I think, by those that are working for, well, who are they working for? Hitler. The story of the Second World War and how a lot of the technology was gained by adepts with crystal balls, scrying into other realities where there were beings that would teach them the mystic sciences so that they could create the atom bomb. And this isn't even hidden. This is like in the public arena of knowledge. The same public arena that says that the SS troops were in Tibet trying to figure out where Siddhartha was, or, there are a lot of names of these places. But anyway, my point is the occult natures of what's been going on that has been controlled by the Bavarian groups and by the Masonic orders, who apparently took their knowledge directly from Sol Amon, the merging of the mystery schools of Egypt, pre-Egypt and the Greeks, into a practice of occultism as we know it, the Kabbalah, which is essentially this merging. And obviously the Jewish people believe that the Kabbalah is theirs, but it's so much older than Hebrew language. So like we've got all this ancient knowledge that has been used and twisted, and the spells of Hollywood have been cast upon our eyes. So the matrix is being reinforced by the propagation of auto-hypnosis and neurolinguistic programming that is broadcasted into our brains through music and television and advertising and teachers. Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. We're all just becoming bricks in this wall, and the wall becomes the matrix, and we're stuck in the wall. We can't quite get out of the wall. We can't quite move. And I think the wall is probably one of the best metaphors and symbols for the matrix that we've come across in this sort of century. And the Pink Floydian crew, they were really finger on the button. They were also talking about the dark side of the moon. Oh, now we go right back to the start of this conversation, and I'm going to throw this at the edifier. What do you have to say about the moon and the dark side of the moon and the resonant frequencies that come out of the moon? Was it not about 15 years ago there were these sounds that were being struck, and the scientists were confirming that the moon was apparently hollow? Whatever the moon is, it makes a lot of sound. I think the sound that comes out of the moon is quite something that we need to consider in the nature of this reality and how it is a structuring force, because life force seems to be affected by these acoustic resonances, and they seem to work in conduit with the magnetic field. So magnetism could be an effect of the acoustic field resonating on a subatomic level, and the subatomic resonance produces the harmonics of harmonic resonance, which thus means attraction. So harmonic resonance brings you closer to that which you resonate with and further from that which you are polarized to. I'm going to leave it at that for now, but I do think that the nature of this structure of reality, there are spiritual beings that are being used, that are using physical beings in order to achieve a goal. Okay, I have to say one or two things about Rudolf Steiner and Blavatsky from the two different traditions, which are quite well known. Obviously, Steiner is the anthroposophy, and Blavatsky is the other crew. So these two crews basically speak about the eighth sphere and about the Luciferian and the Aramic legacy of these, Araman being the old creator deity that was struck and stuck, and Lucifer being the next one. So from the second and the third creation, we're now in the fourth creation, that the creation gets destroyed and recreated, like in the Vedas, with the rise and fall of the yugas being something which seems to be a phenomenon that is recreating itself fairly often psychically. So when we look at the nature of the structure of this reality, the eighth sphere, the sideways, lateral, the left-hand path, if we can call it that, seems to be the structure where there are all these beings that we can often be speaking about in terms of the lower astral, and how it can sort of capture us when we're elevating our consciousness to become more open and delving into the Paroketh veil and opening forth the veil so that we can look through it and gain a perception of the nature of the orbiting states of flux that are the constituencies through which consciousness is able to manifest this reality. There seems to be this secret life of beings. And so we speak about these negative 7 emotions: greed, jealousy, hatred. I would say that these are beings. These negative emotions are not a human quality. These are things inflicted upon us by those that fell, because they are going to be left behind. And because they are like Mystic Ronan was saying, technology will be left behind because it's not in a state of evolutional flux, like Rupert Sheldrake was speaking about, this process of evolution, which is keeping up with time, for time is moving. So you got to keep dancing with the dance of time in order to keep up with time. If you get left behind, you can get left further and further behind until you're no longer physical. Who are the jinn? I think this is a question we've got to ask if we're talking about the nature of the matrix and the nature of Paroketh, this veil of negative existence. Who are the jinn? And why is El Shaitan supposed to have made a pact and signed a contract with the jinn to be their king? Why did they throw in with the jinn according to the Arabic traditions of the Arabic mystics? And what is the story of the Naga? And how are the Naga relevant and relative to these archons? And who are the archons? These archons take on a lizard form. To those that have had any experience of piercing the veil of Paroketh, these archonic beings are very much a part of the reality. And who are these extraterrestrials that keep flipping about? I mean, we can't pretend they're not there anymore, right? There's just too much reality in our face. Even Leonardo da Vinci, and you mentioned the ancients, even Leonardo da Vinci was painting them. There must be a reason for this. I'm going to throw all of these balls out there, throw the toys in the center of the cot, and jump back for a moment and see what comes.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of research on these underworld beings and these the Asuras and the Nagas and those of Agartha and Shambhala and the giants. I believe that they are all our ancestors, and they lived here on the surface for millions of years until they created us, and their fallen angels began to war against them and used us as their military force. And so we were all banned from their sanctuary in the inner earth, which is the underworld, which was always said to be a heavenly place where we were granted reincarnation or ascension to become a star in the old times. And over time, that has been demonized and two different ways. It's said to be cold and icy by people of Scandinavia and hot and fiery by the people of the desert and the Mediterranean region. And so their story, as it changed, did not become consistent, which is implying that there's a lie being told. And so I believe that there are many, many races of these giants and dwarves and reptilian peoples, etc., that have been given different names in different societies, and today are being referred to as extraterrestrials or aliens. But I believe that they were the ones that lived here, and had Lemuria and Atlantis, their golden societies, and those places were destroyed by floods consistently. And so it makes sense that they would retreat to an inner earth sanctuary, as all the mythological stories have told throughout all of the world cultures. But it's good to keep an open mind. It's questionable as to whether they may have come from the future, or from another place in the stars, or another place in the solar system, or all of the above. You have to keep an open mind about these things. But as I mentioned earlier, when you're questioning the simulation that we're in, or the veil that we're under, and you start to question, is the authority that's creating that simulation one of divinity, of goodness and love and compassion, that's created this negative aspect of evil in our world for a purpose of a greater good? Is that possible? To me, that's how I have come to see it. But initially I had thought, we have an elite government that's corrupt. And so if the people in power here in this realm are corrupt, it would make sense that those have created the simulation might be corrupt as well. And as I did transformation within myself, and I came to have love for my parents, who I had blamed for a lot of my problems in my life, who were my first authority and my two creators, I then saw my power of authority as not being necessarily corrupt, but as playing a role in a bigger picture. And so it was at that point that I shifted my focus, the simulation being a divine simulation. And it's not something you want to escape. To me, I was able to go through the other side of the simulation and see that other side. And I was coaxed to come back here because it wasn't my time yet to awaken there. What I was shown was that here in this realm, we go through tribulations and trials of our character to see if we can ascend our character and our spiritual vibration to a higher plane. And as we rise through these challenges and overcome them and rise to a higher plane, we become closer to becoming able to transcend the simulation and awaken as an immortal in the higher plane. That's what I was shown to me. Now, this higher plane is not a place like this. It was a place where everything was energetic. The idea of there being matter or physical heavy things didn't exist there. It was something created here to keep us down and focused on our mission here. So we couldn't float away and get confused or distracted. But there, when we were made of kind of electrical tendrils, millions of them, and it was just, the spectacle was amazing. But I felt like I was enshrouded inside of a shell or an egg, and I was being watched by watchers. And we were all in these pods together on branches of what I would call a polyp or a tree at the bottom of an ocean, but it wasn't a water ocean. It was an ethereal ocean. And so when we connected together and rubbed on one another, we don't actually touch one another. Our pods rub against one another. And so that kind of refers back to what Kilelle was saying earlier, how we never actually touch anything. This is an energetic repulsion, that when we think we're touching something or being hit by something, the energies are not connecting, they're pushing against one another. And so this is all very consistent with the principles of this world, but it had transcended the shackles that this world has to hold us down. It would allow us to become free and untouchable once born, but we would have to be able to transcend the inclination towards transgressive ways.
What I'm hearing you say is that the only way to escape the sea is to swim through the sea.
Yes, very much so. So to come out of it prematurely would be not necessarily in one's best interest, from my personal experience. which is pretty out there, but it has been.
I resonate a lot with what you've shared about your experience of the other side. In that, I feel like I've had a similar experience when I stopped my heart in meditation, and what I found was that the kind of evocative experience of it, what came to me was something that I really wanted deep inside. Like the visionary experience I had was this kind of unification, which gave me the sense of I'm breaking through Maya and seeing the other side. But it also gave me this sense that it's like I went there and I saw that, and now I have to come back some kind of transformed person. I have to, take something from this which I can apply into life itself. And I think that's something that's really at the core of these kind of experiences is the personal healing that happens just in seeing like, okay, this can happen to me, and then I can go back to being a human being. And I think that gives me, at least myself, like a lot of reassurance about the reason why myself or any other person would come into the existence of a dense human, physical, material realm in the first place as an ignorant being, despite there being this, power of like really just raw eternity on the other side, a kind of a boundless space, which is the absolute polar opposite of something physical, tangible, something that resembles a kind of just aimless free will.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I noticed.
Turning into light beings.
Please, Rodert, please.
Franklin, may I share my screen? I want to play a 1-minute clip. If I have it shared, if you could put it up, a 1-minute clip, and then what you guys are crushing right now. All right, stand by.
Yeah.
Here we go.
The Earth.
Wait, you ready? What happened?
It was there.
It was there.
Yeah.
There it is.
All right.
That God created the Earth for you. Why would you not have to look after it? Why would you not think that when he came back, he wouldn't go, what the fuck did you do? I gave this to you, motherfucker. Are you crazy? The polar bears are brown. What did you do to the polar bears? Did you shit all over every polar bear? Who did it? Who spilled this shit? Who spilled this? Come over. Did you fucking spill this? What is that?
It's oil. It's just some oil. I didn't mean to spill.
Well, why didn't you take it out of the fucking ground?
Because I wanted to go faster.
And I was cold. What the fuck do you mean cold? I gave you everything you needed, you piece of shit.
Well, because jobs. I wanted to...
What is a job? Explain to me, what's a fucking job?
You go, you work at a place and when people call when their game doesn't work and you help them figure it out. For money.
What do you need money for? Just eat the shit on the floor. I left fucking corn and wheat and shit. Grab it up, make some bread. What are you doing?
Yeah, but it doesn't have bacon around it and
Oh my gosh, I'm dying. Love that.
Strong language, but you get the point.
Good time.
Just eat the shit that's on the ground.
It's on the floor.
What's the money? What do you have money for?
There is a point. There is a very interesting point that's being shared here. And I think it comes back down to the fact that the reason we want to escape this world is because of what we're doing to and with this world. And we're doing it by consent, all of us. Those cars that we drive and the money that we earn, they really have got us on a bloody line.
Yeah.
Because we've all got kids. Well, those of us that have kids and those of us that don't have kids, we've got families and we've got dogs and cats and animals and we like to live. So they've really got us on this line of do you want to eat? Yeah, I want to eat. So and let's face it. I mean, they're not making things any easier. And it's easy to just say they, but there really is this World Economic Forum, and they are really busy. They are getting things done
Yes, very
while
busy.
we are like trying to get our peanuts together so we can feed our
They've
kids.
got such
These
great
guys are doing
plans
big
too.
things.
So something to think about, guys. You know, I was in the military, and one thing to know is psyops are used against enemies to confuse and soften the target. So you have to ask yourself, has psyops been used against you? Most of us would say yes, we're aware of this. So if that's the case, you have been targeted to be conquered and subdued, whether you want to acknowledge that or not. So this is think about all the stuff we started out with, the material stuff and the video games and all that. Those are all psyops to soften and distract you. And then with that whole jobs thing, imagine, and I feel it, you know, now, like I'm back in the cubicle farm. I'm in a pen. I voluntarily show up to my pen. Luckily, they don't lock it, so I'm a free range cubicle worker. And then I get on parole on the weekends. Right now, I'm on parole. They let me on work release. I'll go back Monday. But when I think about that, and I'm going to sit and read, you know, Kilelle's always telling everyone to read. And I'm going to sit and think. I'm going to sit and read. I'm going to sit and meditate. I'm wiped out. You know, like I say but I'm kind of generalizing, you know, for that vibe, that energy sucker to play the magic money game and to be that cog in the wheel. Indy spitting deep gnosis, Franklin, everyone. And some people are like, dude, I just want to click on the black mirror. I just want to unplug. And that's just cycle after cycle. And we discussed the 7, I call it the commerce calendar, you know, the Gregorian 7-day cycle. And it's natural. We can feel the Fridays, like Kilelle mentioned earlier on, but they've monopolized that. They've controlled time. They're illusionists. They're dark magi. They're like illusionists. I don't think they actually have power, but yes, they do things like little dancing rituals, whether they're dancing at CERN or they got the nurses dancing, etc. That's to add to the power, baby. Let's dance. The world's burning, you know, or whatever. Let's dance. That's part of the ritual. It's part of the psyop. And so then I just want to throw another note out there. I mean, I'm sure you guys know more about this than me, but just like sacred geometry, and you guys were talking about sound and vibrations earlier, golden ratio. I mean, to me that reveals a code straight up. And they'll give us things like molecules by their scientists, the experts. Molecules are made up. Everything they have is pseudo. When we're talking about the real, you know, that you can observe. So that's why I love the decoding. And anyway, that's all I really got. And then of course, you know, there's a programmer. If there's a code, there's a programmer. And whoever wrote it, they wrote it very well. You know, and I even love the body, how, I mean, not to get off topic, but this avatar, you could cut yourself. Hey, Indy and Lily, are you guys in the same? Is that the same cat? Is it a gold?
Yeah,
They're in the same room. They're in the same room. Busted. Sorry, guys.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even think we're in the same country, but somehow
Interdimensional cat.
They can't share a cat.
Together in spirit.
Indy's cat was showing himself. He thought your cat. So, hey, if that cat can do it, I can.
Transporting consciousness. You guys, I think like you guys are all here just to mess with me. I feel like I'm the only one in this game, and everyone's here to mess with me. But anyway, go ahead, guys.
That's a very powerful point, Ronan. I love everything you said. I love everything that everyone's been saying. And so as you said that if there's a program, there's a programmer, right? And just as we were touching before, after we saw that hilarious clip, you know, it's this is planet Earth is ghetto. Like, we have to pay to live here. Like, a majority of us, yeah, there's people that completely live off the grid and stuff, you know, but the powers that be are trying to really clamp down on that as well. You know, they're clamping down on buying up property, so you can't own any property, things like that, you know, making the economy difficult, things like that. But this is why it is important that even if it's little groups of 9 people, powerful entities getting together, right, sharing our experiences, sharing our special gifts, right, to help us bounce one off of another, right? Even though, yes, we are all having different experiences, separate experiences, but when we come together, any little thing that we share here between all of us will help us to make the shift into the perfect timeline that we want, okay? Until we get off this thing, you know, until we permanently get out. The thing is that we leave with love and peace and wonderful hope and, you know, just love, embrace, and no fear, because that's what this 3D tries to keep us in, right? Whether it is through musical vibration or you know, negatively, what I'm talking about, and they use everything at us. This is why I love how Third Eye Edify really is tapping into music vibration and how it affects us as well, which I can't help to think that, right, all of us resonate on a frequency, right? And we all have a different energy. So I'm like, wait a minute, does my energy have a sound? And I would love to know what it is. That's fabulous. I'm like, what? And I never thought about that until, you know, until today's show. And this is what I'm talking about. We all help each other expand the way we think, you know, and this is what helps us to shift our realities, right? And I think it's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I'm so blessed to be here with everyone.
Very cool. Yeah. I think maybe to add one thing to that concept is that each of us, much like we discussed that pole, that tonal center earlier on the wheel, we each have our own tonal center. Of course, this is our, you know, our tonal center, but you will interact with other tonal centers, your friends, your family, the public in general. And musically speaking, that's like borrowing, you know, you use 7 out of the 12 notes to stick to a tonal center. You can borrow from the other notes, of course, but you never leave your tonal. You never leave your tonal center. You use the information to better yourself, to change aspects of how you may appear or sound or your opinion. But a lot of modern music, especially pop, obviously, is constantly doing what's called modulation. It leaves its tonal center entirely. It does it in a way that doesn't have any musical substance. It just simply does it. The tonal center you are presented at the beginning of the song, the melody that you attach yourself to, it just dies immediately. It just jumps right along to another one. And it takes away from how easily and how simply you can just be yourself. And it's just one of the many ways they get you with music, I think, especially the modern Western pop music, for sure.
I want to add on to that, and what MoonFeather said. You're exactly right about the tonal center. But when it comes to what your energy sounds like, it sounds like your voice. That is what your voice is. Your voice is your energy. This is why people like a certain kind of music, or like a certain kind of singing, or like a certain kind of frequency or environment, right? If a seed doesn't bloom in this environment, you don't blame the seeds, you blame the environment, right? We're living in duality within this matrix. So when we talk about they, ultimately we're talking about our own ignorance, i.e. our own shadow, right? This is why the majority of us who are here especially do what it is we do. This is why we teach, because we essentially create this energy and we multiply it by attracting others who are on the same frequency, right? Thus becoming a bigger pool or a bigger source of this energy. So we radiate and expand our combined torus field, right? The Earth is essentially a torus field, no matter which model you want to look at. You want to look at the heliocentric, you want to look at the geocentric. Some is going to call it the Van Allen belt. Some are going to call it the firmament. Call it what you want. There's a barrier there. There's a wall. There is a boundary. So that can be expanded because it is a reflection, micro and macro. This is where you have this whole stargate of information starting at the beginning of COVID, right? Where you had to be 6 feet apart, where they're telling you, right? In Christianity, it tells you a cheat code when 2 or more are gathered in my name. Well, name is a mistranslation because it's talking about intention, right? So we know that 3 is the magic number. That's a cheat code it's giving you right there. So we know that we're in a simulation. There is no argument here. All of us have cells. All of those cells have batteries or fuel sources, right? Like, there's no getting away from this.
Very well said, Kilelle.
I don't want to throw us off topic, but I do want to add on to something that Third Eye Edify brought up earlier in the discussion, which was this these astrological transits which are happening, forming this axis between Aries and Libra. And so Aries moon is something notorious in astrology. Like, a lot of people, and I'm bringing this up just to maybe give some clarity into the waves of Maya, which have been we've been kind of going through this week. But Aries moon is something that's a lot of people see as really just kind of rambunctious. It's something that's a kind of unwieldy form of feeling and emotion, and it's actually in conjunction with Rahu, the north node of the moon. And north node is like our passion. So the karmic kind of masculine force, as I see it, and so those two combined can be something that are really pushy, and they're forming an opposition, obviously, to Ketu, the south node, but also to a conjunction to Mars. So Mars is kind of playing out in this this kind of action-oriented, kind of playing out our past life karma, playing out our tendencies and patterns, and so that opposition is very powerful. But it's actually assisted by a couple major chart patterns. So this Rahu moon, it's in grand trine with Venus and Bacchus, Bacchus being the asteroid of Dionysus. So I think what this is asking us to do is to face this lunar energy, face this kind of fiery lunar energy with the balance of this Venus in Leo and Bacchus in Sagittarius, a playful kind of aspiration from Bacchus, and a kind of charismatic and center stage kind of a playing role of Venus. And on top of that, we have this Yod playing in with Bacchus, which is tying into the Mars Ketu, the Mars South node. So we have the playful energy of Bacchus forming the base of a Yod with the assertive energy of this kind of past life karma action drive playing out. And it's the point of that Yod is that Uranus, which I associate with like epiphanies and sudden changes. So I think that plays into a lot of the revelatory sense that at least I've been getting, and I think a lot of others have been getting. And I see this as a very fortunate kind of way that things are playing out, especially in the sense that it's like unassisted. This could be a really, really difficult time for people. But with all of these harmonious and powerful energies playing in, it's also a very blessed kind of miraculous time.
Thank you for that wonderful insights, the astrological wisdom you share with us. It is truly wonderful to see that. And And I do think it ties in very strongly to the notion of karma, what we're talking about, the karmic turning of the wheel of fortune, which is essentially binding these structures. Yeah. The Jupiterian love that produces the expansion of growth, which takes us beyond our limitations into a transcendent state of consciousness where we can reintegrate with that which we started from, the original tone. And that's what I wanted to come back to. What you were saying, Georges, was really beautiful about the original tone. I love the way you put it. Beautiful picture you put in my mind. The picture of a sound. I love the picture of a sound particularly. And so it got me thinking, the original tone is who we are, and that's our frequency, and that's what we're supposed to manifest in this world. And then we get taught. The string gets pulled tight, gets pulled taut. Yeah? And we get pulled so tight that we stretch and change the tone by pulling tight this teaching, learning nonsense that they program us with to turn us into the bricks in the wall that we're talking about. And obviously this stretches our tone, and tone becomes more than what it should be. And so inevitably it gives us less than what we started with. And then we need to atone, right? And the atonement begins. And so the atonement is that structuring passage back to discovering your tone. Makes me think about the Mighty Bush. I love that show. And how they were out in the desert searching for the new sound.
Right.
And the door in the head. Oh my gosh. Anybody that hasn't seen the Mighty Bush, these British comedians at their best, they used to do this as a live gig around England, and then they got discovered by BBC, and they were just amazing. There's a lot of insight being shared there, and a lot of discussions about exactly what we're talking. But this atonement, I think, is the key, right? So we speak about the key, and the key is what unlocks the door. And the key is also what we pitch, right? And we pitch what we want to sell. And what we pitch is supposed to, like pitching a net to capture fish, to bring the life back to yourself, to bring back resources. So this key, which can unlock a door, has been used to pitch, to bring back physical, mundane resources. And so we've been tricked into using our spiritual divine powers for mundane things, where if we just maintained our spiritual integrity and our vibrational fields would sort out all that crap for itself anyway, because we'd look on the ground and say, oh, we can eat that. But I love what you said about the tones, because it's really got my brain thinking. And something you also said about these asteroids. Why does it make me think about... It leads back to Prometheus, doesn't it? These two, Bacchus, and I think you mentioned three of them. And it's got to do with humanity discovering the fire, isn't it? The fire, the knowledge, the spiritual essence. And it's interesting to consider fire, because I used to spend a lot of time with fire when I lived in the Himalayas and like different places in the jungle, especially in the Himalayas. 24/7 fire going, because, well, your fire goes out and you die. It's the way you stay alive when it's out there in the high mountains and it's cold and it's crazy. But there's a tone to fire, and we don't realize how fire actually speaks. And I think that we don't spend enough time. I don't know if you can hear the frogs. No? The frogs are here. I've got these ponds here, and it's been raining like crazy, and so I'm always listening to these frogs. And so the frogs are always talking to me about Mercurius, about the knowledge. They always speak to me about Mercury, because it's obviously the frog is the symbol of Mercury. And there's this wonderful resonance that the frogs can share with us. And I think that there's something to be considered about being both of the air and of the water. And I think they've taught us to be of the air or of the water. They've taught us to become polarized. So our sound is being halved. We either move that way or we move this way. We don't embrace the fullness of our voices. We're taught to either be hysterical or be very calm and logical. In whichever way you go, you lose something of the curvature of sound. I don't know. I thought I'd put that out there. Wonder what you think about that, George.
I agree completely. It's a deception. It's a tonal deception, like I've actually talked about in a few of my episodes, musically speaking. It actually comes back to the dark side of the moon as far as what it could possibly be. No way to know, of course. But what does that album cover have? Is it has the rainbow, and being 7 colors, it's kind of like the 7 notes in a key. And within those 7 notes, you take certain combinations of 3 and you get a chord, or what's called a triad, more importantly. And in music, you need 3 notes to really know what the chord actually is regarding, let's say, major or minor or diminished or whatever. And perhaps because it's so easy to change the sound of 2 notes, if you hear 2 notes, it might sound major. It might sound like a minor chord. But once you add the 3rd note, that major sound may actually become part of a minor chord instead. Because major, minor, masculine, feminine, every chord has a major and a minor interval in it. And perhaps the dark side of the moon is a 4th note. If we're thinking about, let's say, the 7 notes, maybe the 7 classical wandering stars of the planets, the beautiful triad we have is the sun, moon, and where we live. And that makes a chord, perhaps, I would think. But perhaps the dark side of the moon is hiding a 4th note. And maybe we're hearing that particular note instead of what the note of the front side of the moon is, and we're getting a different triad than we're supposed to hear. Some kind of, that's where my mind is with that. I'm not sure if that answered your question actually, but that's where I'm at with it. And also, interesting side note, when you were discussing pitching and keys, is that when you change key in music, you change the initial pitch, you change the pitch of the tonal center. So pitching and key is another musical term as well. I thought that was an interesting correlation.
And I love what you said. It's something you said still never thought. I just couldn't hold on to it. It was very ethereal. It will come back to me. But that pitching and the key, I think there's something about it. The pitch that we put down to stick things together,
right?
As well. It's like the tar. The tar is the gunk that comes out of the body when the body's being purified. There's definitely something about this, and the fact that they wanted us smoking cigarettes so that the pitch or the tar could cover the holes in our lungs and prevent us from being inspired. For inspiration is a breath. And there's something about the breath and music as well that's truly, for me, quite touching. The way in which the breath, like I see music as breathing. I don't know if that's a good way of putting it, but to me, music seems to... It's like a very passionate form of breathing, and the sounds tend to breathe to me. But I will try and remember what it was I actually wanted to say. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's gone into the back of my mind. It's got to do with the dark side of the moon.
While you're thinking, Franklin, if I could add on to that, if you think about it in the term of grand perspective, grand architect, grand programming, right? If you think about it as opposed to having 5 or possibly 6 senses, as we're taught, in truth, we have one sense, right? And that sense is the sense of touch. Something touches your taste buds, something touches your epidermis, something touches your eardrums, right? So if you understand that the sun is a frequency, the moon is a frequency, the stars are a frequency, stellar light, solar light, lunar light, right? These things have sound, right? It's just about how you choose to look at it, right? This is why in Islam, when you make Fajr, the first prayer, you have to do it before the sun rises. Why? Because that's when Shaitan enters the world. So the sun is actually looked at as evil, right? That's a perspective. Now, to most people here in the West, that sounds insane. This is a perspective, right? Where you choose to look in at something, where you choose to hear, where you choose to perceive in a ring of comfort. So these things are always there to be heard, but it's about how you choose to focus. We have a overlord when it comes to how we project ourselves. In other words, you don't have to tell your heart to beat. Essentially, you don't have to tell your body to breathe, right? Especially when you're sleeping. There's an over consciousness. What we choose to focus on can be changed due to energy, attention, and just simple perspective. The idea of having your mind open like a parachute. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. Franklin, you had just mentioned about the karma, the karmic wheel, the Kali Yuga we're currently in. When you think about generational curses, seeds have to be planted, right? A woman carries every seed of her family, right? And that's what gets passed on. All those eggs are always the same amount, right? So we know who's going to be planted and where and when for what purpose, because the sins of the father cannot fall on the father. They have to fall on the seed. So when we talk about these sevens within sevens and this Kali Yuga, when you look at people who are born today, so many are born with zero karmic debt, and I'm speaking as a professional reader. When you understand that it would have to be someone with zero karmic debt in order to lift everything that we have to lift currently, it makes a lot of sense within this matrix.
Absolute fire, Kilelle.
Please do carry on.
That's what we call cyclicity. That's why it can be, we have so much of this Illuminati and the powers that shouldn't be, and the they ultimately is our own ignorance. It's our own shadow. When we come back into control, amalgamation of our shadow, and we take our power back. This is what they essentially are so afraid of. At the same time, we truly have to question that, because if you look into any and everything from children's cartoons, movies, comics to adult film and series and lectures, classes, anything that is promoted, propagated, they're telling you who you are in a very coded language. It's just at what level are they choosing to tell you? We tend to call it mocking, but where I come from, we don't poke tigers, we don't chase bears. So why would they do that? Well, they know who you are better than you do, essentially, right? So they're trying to get, they don't like this either. You understand? Like this realm is not meant for that. Essentially, we would all live forever. If you gathered everyone in existence right now, almost supposedly 9 billion, you could all have 100 acres of land within Texas, I think, without having to go any further. Think about that, right? Think about, for those of us who have driven across country or driven from east to west or north to south, think about how much open land you actually pass outside of a major metropolitan city. Think about that. So why would you be placed under the stress of a cell? Well, like I said earlier, you have a cell that has a battery, right? Because it has to be charged. But when you go to prison, you live in a cell because you have attained charges. So everything has essentially been inverted and flipped, right? That's only due to our own ignorance, because once you know better, you're supposed to do better. This is where the whole idea of a cheat code actually comes in. And the cheat code is simply knowing what your name and birthday is. It's simply being aware of your environment, being aware of the rules of the game. Because if you're not aware of the rules of the game, you won't notice when they change them. Now we have anger, we have kickback and flack because we notice that they're changing the rules of the game while we're playing it. Well, good. That means you're paying attention. Perhaps now we can do something about it.
I love the way you put that word "cell" in there. Made me think of Ronan, and I know he's going to love it, and I can see that brother is on fire with a brush, brushing up the world, making it just that little bit prettier than it was before. Beautiful, brother. The cell that they put you into, money, is how we buy and sell. And by buying and sell, we separate each other from tissue to cells. For cells are separate, tissue is together. So they separate us with money, so we have to buy and sell, so they can put us in the cell of money, and we end up selling our souls in the process, losing our inner tone, our inner note, and having to atone for it. I remembered, by the way, George, what it was I was trying to say. I was busy doing my incense lighting, and I was hearing from the corner of my head about the dark side of the moon. And then you were talking about the 7 fractured rays of the crystal, the pyramid on the cover. And then you were talking about the cord. And it made me think about, and Kilelle, brother, you mentioned the Illuminati. We can't not go there, let's face it. Talk about the Matrix, we can't not go there. The Illuminati, as it seems to me, from what I have learned, not that I have all the answers, is a group of people that have basically hijacked the Freemasonry organization, and through that, politics, banking, everything else you can think of, education, they hijacked all the systems. And so everybody's speaking about the Masons as being evil. Well, yeah, they were hijacked by a very small group of illuminated people that consider themselves illuminated. This is an interesting concept, aluminum. So there's something to think about there. Also, this Lucifer, illuminated, what this is to do with, and what the practices are, and the sacrifices made. The eye is often sacrificed, as which is an interesting concept. The I, who I am, is sacrificed. But yeah, you spoke about the chords, and the chord is the connection of the Trimuti, but you used the different words, but the same idea, the 3 principles, which is the principles of music, which comes from 3 to 7 back to 3, and then we end up at the 12 note scale, which is actually interesting how they've lied to us about the 12 note scale, because they took out all these semitones. So there were 22. There were 22 notes originally, weren't there? They took the others out so that they could simplify our music, because they wanted us to be in tune with the sun. They didn't want us to think about the other principles. They wanted us to forget the other 10. Those 10 secret principles. You started on that, George, with the cube, the way that the 4 principles of the 6th, which is the 7th uniting principle, which brings the 10 together in the cube structure of 8 within the octahedron. Suppose this is a good time to think about the cord. Okay, so the cord is what is worn around the neck. The tie, you tie the cord. And so this cord is quite an important part of the ritualistic joining of these fraternities and organizations. They got to have a noose around your neck, or they won't have you being part of their little crew. They're about to control you. So this is very much about Saturn. And Saturn relates to the control, being controlled, being woked. I like that word, being woked, which is what we're suffering from now. And it sort of makes me think about the structure, once again, of the Merkaba. So I think of the Merkaba as being the reflection of the astral plane as it's coming down energetically, and the astral vortices of pure vibrational frequencies are channeling into containers. And the containers that these frequencies are resonating into are sounds. And the sounds are structured containers, units through which these vortices of energy can move. So you have the astral Merkabic revelations of consciousness, which is the astral fire, moving into the sephirot, or the cube manifesting structure of the etheric. And the etheric contains the astral, but the etheric is encapsulated within the astral. And so we have this fractal nature of the universe, as we can see reflected, which is the basic structure of the matrix, I would say, is the fractal. Things that are small are repetitions of things that are bigger, or repetitions of things. And so we can look at the stars and see the same principles, mathematical principles, as what we see in a little flower. Seems to be a universal. Someone mentioned fire. Fire is the way in which the leaves move on a tree to maximize their exposure to the sun and follow the sun around as the sun moves. And it's the same principle of cell division, in the way in which, the fetus develops in ovaries grow, and within the ovaries, and grow and become basic little human beings. So there seems to be this fundamental matrix structure. And I think the basis of the matrix is that there's the Merkaba, which is the tetrahedron, these three principles from the music, or these three principles that become music, that are in a trinamic polarity. And that's just a name that I've assigned to it, because polarity doesn't have to involve two. Polarity can have its third pole, as it were. Trinamic polarity, it's just a word I like to throw around. Makes sense to my ear. What I mean by that is that the resolution of the polarity becomes the third pole. And so this polarity can move and gain an extra fraction of the third as it moves around the circle, if that makes sense, creating that structure of development and evolution, so that the fractal isn't the same. It's a little bit different, but it's the same principles being reflected. And so looking at the way in which the structure works, I see the Merkaba as being these three principles rotating, and then you have the inverse of these three principles rotating for the shadow of these three principles. For when you have a force or an action moving in one direction, you have to have a force or action moving in a reciprocal direction in order to balance the inner and the outer. So there's very much a structure of the fourth principle of Hermes, the polarity, as the polarity is polarizing the structure of sound. And sound gives rise to the movement, which is the basis of the quantum entangling field, which is that all things correspond to each other. And because of this, the quantum entanglement can take out of that which is non-divisible, something out of it without dividing it or diminishing it, and produce that here from that which is not able to be diminished, while putting it back simultaneously and unpacking it again elsewhere, and putting it back simultaneously and unpacking it again elsewhere. So this whole universe could be a single atom that is quantum entangling itself repetitively, everywhere, in a structure of what we can see and experience as the nature of reality. And so the first principle is the intact principle of the mental plane. The quantum entangling principle is what maintains the sphere of vibration, which is the movement that results in the polarity. And the polarity creates the distinction between the inner and the outer, the vortex of giving and the vortex of receiving energy. But these need to be bound. And so the binding of the vortex of giving and receiving is bound in the cube. And so the cube becomes, in my experience, the structure that holds the vital essences of the chakras, but it holds it in the form of the sephirot, in the forms of containers of etheric resonance sound that is able to contain the unstruck sound of the astral. And so we speak of the heart being connected to the unstruck sound of Visuddhi chakra in the Western schools, Eastern schools, and we consider the Tiferet being the cross and bridge that can cross the Dwat, knowledge, the abyss, to reach the supernal, three principles, to understand the nature of causality and development of all that is the expression of the monad in terms of the trinamic polarity or trinity that is the structuring unit of all things reflected in the music and the sound. And so I see the cube as being the structure that holds the astral, and the astral is sort of like a force that is coming to us
And that feedback loop is what is going from us. So the etheric is the beginning and the endings of all things that we give back. And the astral is the ash, this fire that is movement through the consciousness to produce this all that can be given and taken back. And so the astral comes, the etheric moves, the Idda and the Pingala are bringing to us and receding back to the plane of mentalism, which is the field of consciousness, which is bound between the mental principle and the causing principle of the causal field that becomes the succession of the polarity bound in the principle of generation, which is a reflection of polarity once it has been struck by the principle of rhythm. For that polarizing movement then gains a rhythm of its own, and the rhythms produce these swinging pendulums that are able to create the concussion of causality, which becomes the sixth principle of Hermes, structuring the whole structure of 5 into the sixth principle of the generation so that cells can grow, which seems to be an effect of the causal principle binding the polarizing principle, which is the result of sound. So we're literally living in a universe of sound. And so we can think of the cube as being the structure that binds, but it lives within the structure of the Merkaba, yet binds it. And the mystical relationship between the binding of the cube and the Merkaba, and why the Merkaba exists as covering around the cube, but also reflected within the cube, is because of the octahedron that combines the two. For the octahedron is the structure that you can find these two moving around and through and in. For the maths has to, for all the vectors to be resolved, they have to be within the structure. And so we can see how the 64 principles, which is the 32 principles of essentially the 22 principles of music, with the 10 secret principles reapplied to bring us to the 32 principles of the 32 paths of wisdom. And that is a single hand, if you will, and put them together and you end up with the 64 principles of the I Ching. And the 64 principles of the I Ching is how the Merkaba finds its perfect resolution in all the vectors being balanced so that there are no vectors left unaccounted for. The perfect singularity, the 64. And the 64 thus is a reflection of the 32. So we can start to look at why computer code, right? 32, 64, 128. These guys knew exactly what they were talking about when they structured computer code. In fact, it's very interesting that there's been code written into DNA and downloaded back from DNA. So DNA is like a computer, like a hard drive, which is a really, really interesting concept. To think of DNA as a hard drive. Now we're getting right back to the matrix and the nature of this acoustic field of the 22 principles, which are the 22 major arcana, as they're reflecting the 22 principles of the original Paleo-Hebrew symbolisms, the hieroglyphs that became the acoustic equivalents. And I think of letters as being acoustic cases because they're phonetic, they're phonemes. Where there were hieroglyphs, they became phonetic. So they are symbols of sound. And so the sound is really the key to the whole nature of this whole universe. And I believe that if we really want to understand the structure and the basis of this matrix, we need to understand sound. It is the most fundamental way of engaging with the absolute state of resonance, which is the reason the structures are what they are. I'll take a break.
I've definitely noticed that sounds play a central role to the mystical experience, and oftentimes it's it's not. Yeah, I want to say it's underrated in the minds of people who over focus on, say, like something like Vipassana breath meditation, and the sound it's such an intimate sensation. It's more spacious than touch or seeing or tasting or smelling. And I noticed like I think that at the core of sound you have something that's expressed as a visible frequency, but not even through the eyes. You feel the frequency itself, kind of as if a moment is broken open and spread out, but still maintains that momentness. And that is, I think, at the essence of the touch of sound itself, the touch of maybe not even sound, but hearing itself, where sound meets the sensory faculty.
I like what you say about movement, momentum, and you didn't say that word. You said a different word, but it made me think of movement and momentum and how mass. I mean, let's look at what gravity is for a moment. What is gravity? I mean, we've been taught that it is this other thing, but could it not just be a reflection of density? Could density not be the substance of gravity? And if density is the structure of gravity, then what is it then? Den is where an animal lives. So what animal lives in the den? Suppose it relates to the animal nature of consciousness. And so we're going into the shamanic field when we consider the density of things. Because I've always thought of density and magnetism as being one. Like I've noticed in my life that sometimes when one is in tune with one's inner magnetism, density becomes very abstract. One can be very strong. And I'll give you an example. Tiny little woman that's 5'2" picks up a car to get to her child. That car didn't weigh anything because her momentum overcame the density of the car. So, and we've all had experiences like that. I mean, gosh, I remember once jumping. Okay, this is a funny story. I was living in Sri Lanka and I had all these spiders living around my house. And obviously, because I'd been afraid of spiders, I invited them into my house. I needed to acknowledge what's this fear. So I lived with all these spiders everywhere, and they were like literally all over my house. And I actually realized, hey, these guys are cool, man. They keep the mosquitoes away. They keep those things away. All the other things that come in my house, the spiders are like on them. I'm like, actually, I can get used to these guys. They didn't really hurt me. And I had this big spider that lived under my sink, and that spider did its own thing. Had its own little place there. I was like, okay, I'm not going in there. But it got bigger, and it got bigger, and it got bigger. And then one day, I put my hand under the sink to get the cloth, because we kept the cloth under the sink. And I was holding something that was like big. It was like the size of a lemon. And as I pulled it out, I felt its legs uncurling. And I realized I was holding a spider that was the size of my hand. There was a ball.
Oh, baby.
And I jumped so high, my head almost knocked the ceiling. And I remember it's being so abstract. I remember my ex-wife looking at me saying, how the hell did you do that? Because I jumped my own height. I literally jumped my feet as high as my head without even trying. So the nature of this reality is very much a belief structure in our minds. You know, we can literally, the matrix is real. We can do the things Neo does. I've done all sorts of things when I've had to, you know. I remember once I picked up a motorbike and I flipped it like a frisbee. There were men with knives that wanted to rape my ex-wife. So I didn't have a choice. I got possessed. So when we get possessed by the animal natures within ourselves, we become incredibly transcendent to the forces of magnetism, which causes us to wonder what magnetism is in this principle of density. When we become dense, they say it's stupid. So what is this? Why do we consider density as stupidity? Dense means you're not thinking, but you're very much in your sense. So what is common sense as divorced from thinking? When you're in the spirit of music, you're not thinking. You become dense. I feel I become very dense when I'm playing music because I can't think. Just like I'm just doing. But in the act of just doing, it's like meditation. It's like hatha. It's like yoga. It's like tai chi. It's like sports. It's like running. You get so entranced in the rhythm of what you're doing. And so the rhythm principle, as it relates from my perspective to the solar fire and the solar plexus, is the embodiment of time and Saturn's principle of governing the structures that will become the structures of life being bound by the moon in its repetitions of generative cycles. And generative cycles are sort of the glove that Saturn's hand wears while delving into the earth to find the bones of the earth, which is the essence of knowledge. So Saturn, as I see it, is that structuring knowledge that binds all things in a causal pattern through rhythm, and that the rhythm dictates all of the structures around us. So for me, I mean, I'm very rhythmical. I love percussion. I've always felt close to rhythm. Obviously, shamanism is all about investigating rhythm to the point of your mind becomes so dense that you're no longer in this body. So we think of becoming spiritual as becoming less dense. What if becoming spiritual is becoming more dense? Increasing your density to the point that you are containing this form and containing other forms and containing other forms and containing other forms. And so the animals have this siddhi, these powers that we see them with. I mean, I've seen animals, I've witnessed stuff that you wouldn't think. Animals are really incredible. They really are. I mean, you just have to watch a bumblebee fly and consider that the math says that he can't fly. Well, he didn't know that. I would tell the bumblebee that he can't fly. I don't know. I'd like to put that out there. What do you think about the notion of density being spirituality, and that we've been lied to and everything's been inverted?
Franklin, I absolutely love everything that you've been touching on. I also believe solely in density. I don't believe in gravity. So the account of the woman lifting the car, you know how long ago I heard of that story? It always amazed me, always. And I'm telling you, I heard this account a long time ago. And so you had said that in order for her to have lifted that car, right? The weight or density did not exist, right? At that moment for her, right? And everything else has to also work as far as it, or come into alignment as far as, you know, adrenaline, because you could do amazing feats with adrenaline going through your body. This is all chemical based, and then as well as it's all spiritual and quantum based too, right? In order for something to happen. So Kilelle had mentioned a podcast that Billy Carson was on this past week, that they were also touching on the Matrix with Rod Hayes, and on Black Magic on YouTube, Black Magic. And the conversation was amazing. And Billy Carson did say at one point that let's say, and I'm paraphrasing. So let's say like, you know, you slam your hand on a table, right? And the reason why your hand stops at the table, it's because you're not resonating on the same frequency of the table. Because if you did, you'd either be part of the table or go through it, right? That's quantum physics, right? It's proven scientifically. If you're able to do that, you could do that. There's even CIA documents that were released about this, that you're able to walk through walls, right? You just have to shift some type of energy within, and you're able to do this. It's a wild thing. So my point is, right, going back to the woman and her being able to lift up an extremely heavy car under that amount of stress and fear, and that it's that fight or flight, right? So is that still not alchemy? Are you still not taking those emotions that you're going through and alchemizing it, right? So she had to shift her body, her molecular structure in such a way in order for it to be equal to the car, to be at the same density. And it's something wild when you really sit down to think about it. It's really wild. Point is, like, alchemy is key to go through what we're going through, and in order to make that shift that we want, that we desire, right, is alchemizing everything that comes into our energy.
I'd like to add the word alchemy. Let's look at it. Okay, so we've broken down Aleph, Lamet. The ox goad controlling the life force, chi, prana. And the ox goad is Libra, the furthest point from the sun, the scales. So it relates to tone and atonement. The scales of Libra relate to atonement. Balancing those scales. The principle of atonement is balancing the scales that bring us back to the tune, so that we can find our inner tone. And our chem in Germanic languages means glue, which is quite interesting. So the glue that sticks the principles of Al, which is that we can call it godly power, if we will, when life force is being harnessed and moved in a direction that can achieve some kind of a shift of consciousness that produces the changes of density in reality that we can see as phenomenal events. So the chem is sort of the glue that attaches to those two principles, which is quite interesting because it's Che, which is the container of Cancer, the 6 and the 9, and Al, interestingly enough, right, the Al is the 30, right? So we've got the 30, which is the Libra, the 30, the Lamet, and we've got the Cancer, which is the 6 and the 9, which is quite an interesting concept if you think about it, because it relates to the number 8, which is something to consider if you think about that. We've got that 6 within the cube, within the structure of the octahedron, once again being expressed in that go-between. So now we've got to look at the Buddhist path of 8. What is this wheel? Why 8 spokes on the wheel? Why is the number 8 not often mentioned? Because we speak of octave being 7 notes, but it's actually octave. It's that 8, it's that carrying over 1/7 more that makes it a full circle, isn't it?
A 100%.
So why have they hidden this 8 from us? There's 8 chakras. Why haven't we heard about Hrit Padma? Why are we talking about the 7 chakras? Hrit Padma is probably the most important chakra in the entire system. It's related to the triple burner. And if you look at Chinese medicine, the triple burner is somehow very fundamental. The Hrit Padma is that place in the center, at the bottom of the heart, where there's a vacuum. And that's actually the emission of the electromagnetic field, the acoustic field, that can be picked up by ultrasound from a range from the body, or various different forms of equipment can pick up this resonance. And these are the pulses of energy that are powered by the rhythm of the heart to give the matrix of the blood, because the blood is a matrix. Yeah. And the word matrix, let's not forget that there's a feminine element here. It's matriarchal, right? It's not patriarchal. So we've also got to understand the feminine nature of reality, that the masculine principles are moving within the feminine body. I think that's something which has been hidden from us with all this wokeism and all this. And wokeism, I don't mean just by the last 50 years. I mean wokeism as in like it's been going on for a long time. In fact, there were documents that I've come across from various different universities where the students are complaining about the fact that the archives in the universities aren't matching the histories, and that they're finding documents and photographs of how women were studying in the 1800s, that universities were populated by women. There were a lot of women studying, but they've tried to change the history for us so that we believed that women were being pressed down by the thumb by men for so long, when actually it was the structure of the law that caused it. It's an interesting concept, right? Because women weren't allowed to work, were they? Women weren't allowed to vote, were they? And that was supposedly democracy. Well, we see how democracy works, right? We've seen just exactly how much say we have in our democracy. But they kept telling us that we made the choices then. But did we make the choices to go and fight wars in Iraq? Or did we make the choices to, subjugate Africa? So much for democracy. I don't know. Maybe it's time for a bit of tinfoil hat. What do you say, Ronan?
I think the feminine, the divine feminine has always been hidden, always been, always tried to be stifled. I see it in my culture. How the divine feminine is, and her power and her light is always trying to be diminished, and it's always by, my goodness, the word escaped me, sorry. Misogynistic energy, it's funny when you have mentioned that, that they're discovering certain things within certain religions that are being hidden, right? So that's just a telltale sign, and then when you mention the feminine, the matrix, in Spanish, matriz is the womb, right? It's the womb. It's before I think it was LiberLam that was, or there was something saying somebody has said you have to swim through in order to kind of go through all of this, right? Because we were talking about some water aspect, right? And that's what when we're in the matriz, cuando estamos en el matriz de la mujer, when we are in the womb of the mother, we are in water, So I just wanted to kind of bring that back and comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, and then like, oh man, so much. A while ago, Kilelle touched on polarity and duality. You also have to think of whether they're real or not. They're at least archetypes like Enlil and Enki and all the stories of brothers fighting brother, a brother versus brother, and all these mythos built on that kind of thought mindset. Go ahead, Jorge. What do you think about that in the Matrix? Because it seems like that's part of the duality story. Are there watchers, Gigi? I call them as the Gigi, but Franklin touched on that as well. Is there like the archons, those arcing over us? And last night I made an analogy of throwing a pebble down a mountainside and just watch the chaos. Now are there forces nudging that pebble as it's going down? That's where you get into like the Anunnaki archons and Enlil, Enki and all those other stories about an eternal battle. You know what I mean? And cycles. And it's that is the matrix we live in. Are these manifestations like of just kind of putting stories to kind of the polarity and duality that is built into this video game? Or are those actual beings that existed and exist today that are nudging that pebble as it boop, 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 goes down the mountainside. You cannot predict the math necessarily unless you're an extreme genius or programmer on where that pebble and what path is going to take. But you know, you can cheat a little bit if you know, you know what I mean. You can elbow it, nudge that stone going down. So, and then you have the other side, other battle pushing it the other way. They want that, you know, but that chaos. So, I apologize. I kind of lost my train of thought, but I'll let you guys. You're so much smarter than I am. Can maybe build on that.
Don't sell yourself short, brother.
If you look at the idea of NASA, or you look at the idea of the heliocentric model, which is complete pseudoscience, well, even that lie has to be built on something, right? So why do we have 7 days that we can name, but they repeat, right? 52 times within the scope of a year, right? The rest of those days don't have different names. It's just the same 7 repeating. So we live in this perpetual cycle, right? So we have 7 planes of existence or planets that we can see, right? Beyond the sight of the naked eye, with the invention of telescopes, right? To prove what it was we already knew, because if we didn't know that there was something else to look for, we wouldn't be looking, right? So we find supposedly 2 more planets to give you that 9. It's the same with chakras. You can grow chakras, and there are more than 9. So in the same way that a lot of video games don't tell you about these glitches, one, because some that they put in the game on purpose, right? Like the Konami code where my name comes from, right? Where they multiply you by 30. And then you have glitches. Now, what is a glitch called in the Matrix? It was called deja vu, right? Because you have to look at something twice, do a double take, right? So when you see things 3 times, again, that magic number, you know you're dealing with something. You know beyond the shadow of any doubt. So this is why, again, it brings us back to this harmony or harmony of this Trinity, right? Why was Neo in love with a woman named Trinity? What does that represent, right? That's ultimately talking about the child. It's talking about the regeneration or the next generation, the next cycle, the reset, right? This is all dealing with the cycles of a woman. It all goes back to that, you know, that matrix, that mother, that white hot Rome.
And let's not I love that Ma, but let's not forget the Rix part that typically means king. So that's interesting, that word. And I think, Franklin, you broke down that word a while. Oh, you had something where the T was in the middle. But that's actually interesting now I think about just that word matrix, just bringing up that Ma. Maybe the end is masculine with the Rix. But yeah, man, fire and ice. You got the middle path. You know what I mean? That duality right there.
That's great.
Money.
I love it.
Actually,
her
Rick's,
money brought the harm on me. Her money brought the harm on me. Harmony. And harmony. Your knee, Saturn. Her, the feminine. And the moon. Harmony. So there's 3 parts to the word harmony. And it seems to revolve around the moon. Sorry, you were going to say something, Indy? Or I think it was you.
I was just mentioning that Rix is a female suffix, and Tor is a male suffix. So creator is man, creatrix is female. Trix is the female suffix.
Oh, but doesn't Rix also mean king? Isn't that like a Germanic kind of word for like king?
I'm not sure about Germanic, but Rex, the story of Oedipus Rex, is that what you're referring to?
Rex and Rix, kind of the same.
I've never heard of Rix before, but it
Saxon.
could be Saxon.
Saxon, I believe.
Could have a different meaning in their language.
You know, those letters are real loose with the letters, man, when it comes to the root words. But you were saying, hold on, you're saying, okay, now you're getting a feminine word. Anyway, please don't let me get stuck on root words, bro.
Yeah, have you all ever heard of the name Beatrix?
Yeah.
Beatrix is definitively a feminine name, which used the feminine suffix in it. But like the name Elohim is like a male name with a female suffix. So in Hebrew, him is a female suffix, which in English, him is man. So between different languages, the suffixes might take on different forms. I'm not sure. But
Indy, there you go. They invert stuff to confuse us on what's real.
Yep, that's definitely a thing for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I love all this stuff you guys be going on with. This is great.
Talking about masculine and feminine, prefix and suffix. So when we consider the Hermetic principles of the 7 rays, from the Paleo-Hebrew notions of, obviously coming back to Libra, Lamet, and Air, the spirit, the life force, the Aleph, the bull that was sacrificed cyclically in the heavens, part of our great structure. In fact, that was why Venus, Inanna, had to go into the underworld, had to take 7 garments or 7 things, gifts to give the gates of the underworld in order to get access to the underworld, in order to be able to complete a burial rite in one of the stories for the great bull. Yeah. So there's this continual structure here. But the Elohim, okay, so what are we talking about? The Elohim, what is this? What are we getting at here? The 7 rays. There's a very interesting prefix, which is masculine, and suffix, which is feminine, contained in a singular name, right? Which represents the 7 principles. And so there's something quite interesting in that, you know, the 3 entering into the 4, the 7 becoming an expression of the 7th principle, which is the generative completion of masculine in feminine. So the Elohim are the seven divine spirits that rule over the creative. And there were 2 schools of this. There was the first, the Yahweh Elohim, that were the creators of the heavenly choir, and then the Elohim became the creators of the earthly choir, as above so below, reflecting the same 7 principles above as below, though they had to tie it off, and they had to tie it off with the Ouroboros. So the sun and the moon had to become a polarity, so that the other 5 principles, the fingers, could have a set, each one of them, to produce 10 that were bound by the sun and the moon. The left eye and the right eye, Isis and Re, or Horus, how you want to look at it, depends on whether you're talking about the dad or the son, you know. And so there's a very interesting allegory there, what you're talking about with this notion of masculinity and femininity being bound on one side by the masculine and bound on the other side by the feminine, to become a vehicle through which the process of generation can express the polarities of being that is the notion of life. Libra, the scales, once again. Could you hear a pin drop? So, yeah, the notion of masculine and feminine, I think, is something that's far more profound than what we consider it as, because the mask that we wear on the outer world is our actions, and the fame that we get from our actions we wear within ourselves as a sense of esteem. Yes, Ronan.
Man, if I switch gears off your train of thought, Franklin, please pull it back. But the makeup of this simulation that we're in, I mean, I know for sure if I break out a compass, it's going to point where all of our compasses are going to point to a direction magnetically. There's a magnetic thing up probably like that way where I'm at. What do you guys think about that? I mean, it's right in the center, and everything above goes around it, and you know, we kind of branch out from there. That's a part of that magnetism is a part of the makeup of the simulation. And then you get, I mean, you know, I don't know. Also, just throw another thing out there. I mean, does Soul Trap come into mind? I know there's schools of thought that this is a prison planet. There's schools of thought that this is a training ground where you get that lighter, you know, you were talking dense before. That's interesting. That I'm gonna have to chew on that one, Franklin, because I'm thinking you want to get lighter. So I'm gonna have to really contemplate that other aspect as well. But I mean, is it a training ground? You learn what you got to learn, and then eventually you transcend. Is there a harvest? Some people think Phoenix event, where all the ones that are ready to transcend out of here will get kind of harvested, and that site and the recycling. You know, just what do you guys think of those concepts? You know, that is the makeup of this matrix. Go ahead, Kilelle. Go ahead, bro.
You bring up a really good point. I think all of those perspectives are right. If you think about what Franklin said about, you know, becoming more dense in this reality, think about what you do with an arrow and a bow, right? So you get denser, you pull back as far as possible or down so you can propel further up or further out, right? So that essentially you're both saying the same thing, because you are becoming light as a feather, right? So you become dense, you become heavy with all the weight of the world to propel you the fuck out of here, right? But you remember, now I'm saying this as someone who's died 7 times, right? Now, I drowned when I was 6 years old, and I firmly remember vividly being happy and being blissful and seeing people who I hadn't seen in a long time. I want you to remember now, I was 6 years old. So, you know, I had only lost one person to my knowledge, you know, my great grandmother at this point. And I still didn't really have a firm concept of what death was. In other words, I was ignorant, right? But I knew enough and still feel the anger when I was resuscitated and brought back here to this world, right? So when you juxtapose that next to what the Gnostics teach, when it talks about the shackles of this world, when you understand that everything here is flawed, go back to your own oldest mythology, and no one is praising this realm. Look into the Egyptians, right? For as great as their architecture was, and as incredibly amazing as Imhotep was, they talked about death. That's all they focused on. The mystery school essentially is about death. And when you learn, you are raised up out of a death state, right? To help you get out of here. So in other words, this is not where we, you know, this isn't real. You know, why do you think dreams can even compare to real life? Because this is the realest, this is the essence, this is the your true essential home. This is divine communion with source. This is why we teach, again, So that's I think everybody's right.
I love my dream.
Georgia, did you want to add? Oh, sorry, continue.
Who, me? Well, actually, I do have to go, sadly. I've got some 3:00 stuff that I'm doing with the family. And what I would add before I go is that I think we've been discussing some Hermetic principles, but rhythm seems to be a big factor here. If you look at the definition for rhythm, I've got maybe 6 or 7 music dictionaries. They're all different. If you look at any dictionary, rhythm is a long-winded explanation of what it is. They've done their best to confuse us of what the purity of rhythm is. And by naturally obscuring the rhythm of our lives, the cyclic nature of it, or anything involving rhythm, I think that's a really big factor of the veil. It really pushes us in the wrong direction a lot. We're off our rhythm. Most people are tired in the wrong part of the day, just as a small example. And there's many solutions to that, but I think it really is whoever has their finger on some trigger or some pulse, they seem to be just lightly influencing the rhythm of most people's lives. And maybe we're at fault, but it seems to be a really big part of it. And I can't possibly express how wonderful this was for me. I got to really talk about things I've been thinking about, and everyone here is just a living genius, in my opinion. Thank you, guys. And I'm so sorry I have to go early, but I got some things to do, and I hope to do this again very soon, guys.
Don't be sorry. Enjoy the family.
Of course.
Enjoy the Matrix, man. Go frolic. Go frolic around the Matrix. There's all kinds of cool stuff here, too. It's not all doom and gloom.
It was a real honor to have you.
Thank you so much, really. And
Thank
Franklin,
you so much for joining us and bringing your genius to our table. Humbling, and look forward to bringing you again when you've got time. You're
Of
always
course,
welcome,
guys.
brother.
Of course.
God
Thank you
bless.
again, really. I appreciate it.
So much love to you
All
and
right,
your
guys.
family.
Peace.
Much love.
Big bless.
Thank you.
Big bless.
Love, peace, and power.
Yeah.
There was so much unpacked by what Kilelle was saying. Did you want to add to it before I jump on it?
No, I just wanted to say, yeah, I mean, Jorge's awesome, and I'm mostly jealous of his long locks, flowing locks. That's all.
They're beautiful, right?
Beautiful. What a beautiful man. He's got long.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm being silly, Frank.
I was just having that
No, not so silly.
I was just having that conversation with some young lady the other day, that how is it that it's the men that have like the strongest hair, the longest eyelashes, the strongest nails? You guys age wonderfully. Why the hell is that? The only thing I could think, like, at least biologically, it has to be testosterone, right?
Like a fine wine. We age like a fine wine. I mean, I'm about February. I'll be, I think, 94. I'll be 94. So
you're retarded. Yeah, but the thing is that too much wine will kill your liver. So, you know, you guys have like a negative effect that way too. So
And the liver is Libra. The liver. The liver.
oh,
The Libra. The balancing of the scales of the blood.
Oh, and you know what,
So
Franklin? Oh, I apologize. You know, the realm is changing definitely, because the old school cats that I know, some of our grandfathers, and you just see them, man. They'll smoke cigarettes, drink whiskey, and they still go deep. Some will get to 100 years old, but nowadays, you know, a lot of people go out a lot sooner. Now, of course, there's toxins, but I also feel that our lifespan are lower just based on the realm itself changing. That's my opinion. Again, not that also includes, you know, the pollution and things. But dude, Mooney, you know the old guys, man. They'll cut a finger off. You know what I mean? They'll smoke cigarette. They'll do everything, and not complain, and still live a hard life. You want to talk about dense? But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Franklin. I'm sorry.
But I think that's
No,
what
you,
true a man in his true masculinity, does or is.
testosterone. They've attacked testosterone of men, and now they're attacking testosterone in the media because men aren't allowed to be men anymore.
That's
Men
right.
aren't allowed to protect their families. They're not allowed to be visceral. They're not allowed to, they're not allowed to speak their minds. I think the older generation used to speak their minds, so they were more healthy emotionally, and so they were more able to generate testosterone, because repression of emotions causes testosterone to not be produced so well. And I think that we've been dumbed down to the point that we don't know what to eat anymore. I think the older generation knew how to eat properly. Like, I'll give you an example. Vitamin E. How much vitamin E is in your diet? Because vitamin E is basically what's going to produce your testosterone in your body. So if you're not getting enough vitamin E, you're not getting enough testosterone. Like my beard turned gray, right? Well, that was because my testosterone was under attack. There was a certain lady that was attacking my testosterone, shall we say, caused my beard to turn gray. But otherwise, I think that I am quite careful with my diet, and I feel still visceral and strong and healthy. I'm still a heavyweight, for my bone structure and muscle structure. So I think that we've basically had the sense knocked out of us by the stupefying effects of education that has bamboozled us with learning a bunch of nonsense instead of how to keep our bodies healthy. I think it's just basic lack of knowledge. People not knowing what to eat, not knowing how to eat, not knowing when to eat, not knowing what to drink, not knowing that you actually have to wake up in the morning and see the sunrise. I think that's a big part of it. The way in which the sun in the morning stimulates your melatonin, which basically regulates your hormones, and so the testosterone's in a good place. But I think MoonFeather is also bang on the money. Testosterone is what causes hairs to be longer. Progesterone is what causes hairs to be more plentiful. So you'll have more hairs if you've got more progesterone, and you'll have longer hairs if you've got more testosterone. So the balance of the hormones are really quite fundamentally important. And obviously, the more testosterone you have, the longer and thicker your hairs will be, the stronger your hair follicles will be, essentially. So I think that's Saturn. And so Saturn regulates the strength of your bones. And your bone marrow is where you keep your health. Your prana and your chi stores in your bone marrow. So if your bone marrow is healthy, your bones are solid and dense. Like my little boy, he's 7 years old and he weighs he's clocking 36, 37 kilos. So he weighs what a 12-year-old, a 10, 11-year-old weighs. And he's turned 7 a little while ago. So we don't know how to feed our kids anymore, right? It's sad. That's a little Pekingese dog that's sneezing. So we don't know how to feed our kids anymore. We let our kids eat crap. So it's normal for children to be sick, but I don't think it's normal for children to be sick. I think in the old days, people knew how to feed their children, and children didn't get sick because they maybe weren't vaccinated. And every time a child gets vaccinated, it's normal for them to get sick, right? As doctors will tell you. My child's been sick for a week. Oh, that's normal. So, okay, you're supposed to get 20 vaccines by the time you're 2 years old. That's 20. That's 20 weeks that your child's lost its growth potential. So that's what is that? It's 1/4 of all the growth potential. Or is it 1/5 of all the growth potential of that baby to get to 2.5 years old that's been stopped? And that growth potential is the density of the bones. And the same thing for children. It's why my son hasn't ever been sick, because I make a point of making sure that he gets enough vitamin E for a start, and a lot of other different nutrients that are really fundamental. So I think that's what it comes down to. We don't know how to eat anymore, and they've changed our food. They've GMO'd our food. They've changed our water. They've put all these chemicals in our water. So we actually have to buy water, and then we've got to try and make sure we buy the right water, or hope that we're near a spring that hasn't been contaminated. And then you've got to worry about chemtrails, because those things get in the water as well. So, you know, all the nanobits that they put into the airplane fuel, it does fall to the ground sooner or later. So there's this, like you said, there's so much toxicity around. And electromagnetism, let's not forget that. The EM field has a way of breaking down the life force in the body. And the breaking down the life force means that there's less magnetism in the energy in the body, less density, shall we say. Magnetism equals density. Why? Well, when the magnetism is strong, your personal magnetism is powerful, you actually absorb the nutrients well, because you pull them through the skin pores, right? They have to be pulled in. So they have to be ingested and pulled in. Then they have to be assimilated, which means they have to be magnetically broken apart and pulled in deeper to the point that they can become a part of the actual matrix of the blood, so that they can be pulled into the bones from the blood, magnetism again. And the more magnetism you have in your body, the more solid your bones will be. The denser the bone marrow, the healthier you are, the more powerful you are physically, the more strong you are in terms of your immune system. So your endocrine system is more supercharged, which means your hormones are going to be better regulated and more plentiful of the hormones, which means that your mental state, everything will be better. I think that's what it's got a lot to do with the older generation is, you know, they were escaping some of the shenanigans that we're having to live with. To put that into tinfoil hat terminology. Well, I can hear the crickets, so I'll continue. So yeah, I think that this magnetism is really the key to the way in which the matrix is structured and the way in which we are bound. Hello, RmaStar is here. And so we've got to really take this apart. We've got to look at this matrix very closely. We've got to be able to break it down and understand that Nuit. So who's Nuit? Nutrition. Who's Nuit? The goddess that stands upon the firmament, right? And so she contains the night sky. And so she is that picture that you see in the old pictures with the feet on the ground and the body up and the head on the ground. That's an old ancient representation of Nuit. And so Nuit represents the magnetic field in which all of reality is bound. So okay, you mentioned the word magnet. So magnet, this is going back to your Ronan story. The net. So the net is around us. It's just like this web, this net that the ancient Egyptians were talking about, and the Kemians in the land of Kem and before them. And so this web, this net, is an acoustic field, and the mag is it's all encompassing. It's big. It surrounds everything. So we're bound in this field of lines, in this web of magnetism. And when we absorb the magnetism into our bodies become magnetic, so they become physically denser and stronger, and all of these other things that we're talking about become a point. So I think like we really got to look at magnetism, what it is, in order to understand consciousness as well, because harmonic resonance, I believe, is the key to magnetism. So it's frequency. So that this net is basically certain frequencies that are keystone pitch notes upon which the universe is sung into being by the word of God. I'll leave it at that.
It's probably why, you know, you're expressing that magnetism is a key, is very, very key to and essential to life. And it's funny because there's this one doctor that he's big on, Dr. Berg. He's really big on fasting and really teaching people on how to, you know, about keto and and intermittent fasting. He really breaks it down to a really good science. And lately he's been, like censored and stuff because he's really putting real facts out there as far as like, he speaks on how they're miseducating everyone about diabetes and that you could naturally, get yourself out of a medical situation like that. But what I'm trying to say is that he's huge on magnesium, that it's very essential. And man, I always say this word wrong. Manganese. Am I saying that right? That's very essential to the diet as well.
Manganese. I wanted to look that up and see the periodic numbers related to it. Manganese is it's almost a purple color, isn't it? Not quite purple. It's like a magenta kind of color, purple. If you remember playing with it in school. And magnesium is important for the bones. I think it's got a lot to do with the bonding of calcium and magnesium, in order to produce the solidity of the frame. And I've got a feeling it's got something to do with hearing. I want to go and look this up. But I think it's got to do with the crystalline structuring in the body that produces the resonant frequencies that are binding the body to the web, the net. I think the net is a good thing. Isn't it interesting how they used to call the internet the net? The web, the net? It's reflecting this magnetism once again. They're trying to tell us that this is how we are all going to be one, magnetically connected through the net. Like it's the only net there is. No, it's not. There's another net. And I love your pictures, by the way, Ronan. I love where your head goes, man. That's beautiful. Sweet.
Do you see how the yellow and the green is like sort of like an aura around his head?
Yeah, thank you. Next is I'm gonna make a phoenix right here. Or should I say I'm gonna make a fire phoenix here and then this blue phoenix over here. They're gonna kind of go like, we're gonna bring some phoenix into it. But
that's awesome. That's awesome.
But
I'm sorry. Before we go any further, I would love to bow out and express my gratitude to you, Franklin, for always having an amazing platform here for us to come together. I absolutely love everyone's energy here. This is why it's been so successful, and you guys go 5-6 hours, because the energies, we completely bounce off of each other's energies so positively. And I learned so much on the round table. But I want to wish everyone a wonderful Saturn day. Much peace, love, and blessings for everyone that attended today. And thank you for taking out your time and coming through and showing support. Everyone in the chat as well. Thank you for coming in and sharing and liking and commenting. It really means a lot to us, guys. It really, really does. But I can't wait for next Saturday for sure. Definitely hit that like button, guys. And just sending everyone peace, love, blessings. And we'll talk to each other soon.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you, dear, for joining us.
I love you.
Honoring us with your beautiful heart.
Oh, thank you so much. I love you guys. Thank you.
Much love. Thank you for being
And
here.
we love you.
Absolutely.
Love, peace, and power, MoonFeather.
Thank you. We'll talk soon. Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Mooney's the best. She created her own Mooniverse. We could all create our own. We're all creators.
Indeed.
But I like the web talk. Yeah, I mean, analogies is incredible. I mean, Eleanor, I was talking last night about or I say from time to time, the ether, right? And then they even called it the Ethernet. So it is a lower level copy of the actual ether, and they even named it that way. And these people know they know these mysteries, so they name these things and configure these things not randomly, you know.
And what is it? Oh, sorry for interrupting. And what is a direct connection to the internet and Ethernet connection?
Yeah, Ethernet. So this is my analogy that I came up with. The Ethernet is the actual interface between your like laptop or your phone to the web, right? And I see that as your pineal gland. It's like the Ethernet. It's what connects you to the ether. So you're actually interface on your device that uses Ethernet. And as again, it's a phony, it's a weak copy of the real deal, but they do that on purpose to create just cabling to create they're copiers, they're mimickers, you know. And a lot of these psychopaths, they're psychopaths as well. The ones that are seemingly in control at the moment at the 3D levers, you know. At the moment, they cannot actually create, they can only copy, and their copies are not that well, you know, they're not like for like, you know, they're a copy is always less than the original thing. So we have the ether out there. We can communicate through, you know, there's frequencies all around that we don't see. You know what I mean? We actually there's water also in the atmosphere. You know what I mean? So we can actually send signals to each other with the right transmitter and receiver. And we could do that on the ether. You can do that on radio. You know, there's radio, there's all kinds of things. So I wonder if we could do that into telepathically, you know, if we had our interface, our Ethernet upgraded and dialed and tuned in to the freaks, you know, to the right frequency. So
this is something I've been thinking about as well. I got this insight that
that's exactly I think Indy might have touched on and Franklin earlier about like the chord, right? If you think about what it is we actually experience and what it is we're actually conditioned and used to, we don't even realize what it is we're actually picking up, right? There's a story, an example I love to tell of running around a block in Philly for years, right? And one day I noticed an old man playing chess, and I walked up to him, you know, said good morning, and he looked at me like I was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because he had watched me run around the block for years, and I'd never spoken to him. But this was my first time noticing him. In other words, like he was finally on my frequency. You see what I mean? So like, you know, what we tend to notice what we're ready to be aware of, you know, new things come into our realm when we're ready for it, when we properly magnetize it without knowing it.
LiberLam, you were going to say something as well, brother.
Oh yeah, I got this insight related to what Ronan was saying, and I was thinking like the way that human beings communicate is like copies of copies. A word for me, generally speaking, is the same word for you, but insight or intuition is exactly what makes an original out of a copy. So you could say everything that happens after source is just copies of copies of copies, and if we're looking at things in the sense of like we have to make the right copy, then we're missing the whole point. And I think that ties into like themes of like love, where love is this binding force that connects all things, instead of it being something possessive, private, kind of wed to physicality. It is finding the original in the copies. And in a way of speaking, that's kind of like what it means to be able to find a sense of like spiritual ecstasy or bliss in any given situation you might find yourself in, tying back into that kind of working at it at a personal level instead of an impersonal transcendental level. I guess like every human being faces their own circumstances and their own kind of interface with physicality and dense existence, and within that they also have this capacity to find bliss in that circumstance of, you know, whatever they're going through at a personal level. That's the only place it exists. It's not, you know, an impersonal thing where I overcome XYZ and then I'm enlightened and then I have bliss and then I never have to worry about it again. That's kind of a projection of some kind of value in the impersonal, some kind of attempt at escape from the real fact of spiritual life is now.
I think that ties in with what Brother Kilelle was saying about resonance, reason, you know, Ray's son, the son of the Ray, sort of the copies. Reason sort of, we don't notice because everything is a pattern. So like you can run around the same thing 50 times until you actually see it. And I think that the matrix is designed in this way because it's really one thing copying itself again, but differently, copying itself again, but differently, copying itself. That's how I think of it. I think of the monad as becoming two because it's one, but then it's back again, but it's different. So now it's two. And now it's two, but it's back again. Now it's different. Now it's three. And now it's three, but now it's back again. And now so it's quantum entanglement is just compounding till all 9 of the numbers comes back to its point. And so we're bound in these cycles of 9, which we've been told are cycles of 7, but that's because the mystic 8 is actually what binds the cycles of 7 to 9. And that's the essence of what I'm considering as density. You know, when we think of what density represents, to me it represents these forces of 8, because what I ate fed my fate, right? My density. It's about what's been eaten. And so it's quite interesting how these things are all tying together, because what was it that Ronan was saying about the Ethernet? Oh, yes. Okay, so Ethan. Ronan, you might dig this. I hope you're still with us, brother. So Ethan means, what does Ethan mean? It means strong. It means strong, forceful. I did look at that name. Solid, wise and long-lived. So Ethan from the biblical is the Hayat. It's got to do with gender. So the masculine expression, Ethernet. So Ethernet is, and Ethan, et is Aleph Tav. That's the first and the last, the beginning and the ending. So the strong, dense principle that becomes the beginning and the ending. Ethernet, right? Then you've got Ethernet's wifey. Okay, so Ethernet's got a wife. Wifey. Wi-Fi. So Ethernet's wifey is the surreal, abstract, magnetic field of what's powering Ethernet's dense cable, solid long cable, but you can travel in that feminine way as well through the Wi-Fi. So there's 2 ways of connecting to the web or the net. And so I see the Ethernet as being a reflection of the etheric, the beginning and the ending, hence et at the end of Ethernet. And Wi-Fi being a reflection of the astral, which is the feminine principle of pure energy, the fiery principle of energy that is the basis, the magnetic field that surrounds the electrical principles of masculinity. So you can see that these guys knew what they were doing when they designed the Ethernet and followed it up with the Wi-Fi, saying that you can connect through the ethers or you can connect through the astral to the great web. And the one is an emotional intelligent expression and the one is an intellectual or a reason, race sun principle. And so we can think of the Ethernet as being a magnetic, right, expression that becomes electrical in its nature. And we can think of the Wi-Fi as being an electrical expression that becomes magnetic in its nature. So we're looking at the yang yin and the yin yang. We're looking at the astral magnetic field, which is the Wi-Fi, surrounding the electrical principle, which is the Ethernet, the ether. And so these two ways of connecting with the net, which is magnet, which is which is basically a very interesting word if you look at mag, right? Like it involves all of the substances that will become the constituting bricks in the wall of the matrix. Anyway, I thought I'd add that in. And somebody's here and I didn't see them. Who's that?
I don't know, but I have to bow out for work, but it's been a real honor. And hopefully
It's been an honor having you, brother.
Yeah. And if you can see through the matrix, you're the answer. You can shut it down.
Thank you for joining us and God bless you. Have a good day at work.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. You have a blessed day as well. Much love, y'all.
Indy, we'll email you the cheat code afterwards, okay?
Yeah, hook me up.
Later, brother.
Much love, guys.
Om Shanti.
You're talking about the net of Isis or the web of Isis, right? If you look into something called the cosmic microwave background, it was a test. I think they actually did it in France first around 2005, and then they did it again around 2012. And when they did it the first time, they blamed the machinery. They said, you know, it was malfunctioning because the results were what we know as the known universe is all that it is that we see, right? The other dimensions that all exist at the same time are also here, but they're on different frequencies, like a radio station, right? So this is what it means to tune into something. How often have any of us thought about somebody and received a phone call from them, or thought about a song and it came on the radio, or, you know, synchronicity along these lines, right? It's a very natural thing to tune into, even to put your own thought into somebody else's mind. This is the crux of what we call telepathy, but it's what we call technology is built upon. You know, the phone call or the telephone mirrors what we do inherently.
I love that. And that was the other thing that was also, Ronan also said was also good, that I actually forgot to comment on. But I love the way you put that. It's beautifully, you know, telepathy. Pati is meaning husband. Telepathy. So yeah, pati is Sanskrit, obviously. Patri is what it is in Latin, obviously coming from Greek, but it comes from Sanskrit originally, pati, which is interesting. So it's a masculine principle of giving back information. This is, I think it's interesting. We can learn about telepathy by learning about the internet, learning the way it works. When we understand the
the cable and the magnetic field, then we can consider that the telepathy as we know it is giving back, is projecting a thought. And the magnetic field is receiving the thought that's being projected as an electrical transmission, if you will, frequencies. Though I would even go into the deeper aspects of the heart chakra and what the heart represents, the earth. And so we're looking at essentially like we peel away the onions of ourselves, the layers. And as we go deeper into ourselves, we notice that we're like the same as everybody else, and everybody else is actually the same as us. We're all feeling the same emotions. And as we go deeper, we realize, hold on, we've all got the same bloody dramas playing out in our lives. And we go deeper and we notice, you know what, we're all experiencing the same highs and lows. We just have different signposts, metaphorically, for how we code the information into our consciousness field. And we go deeper and we notice that we're all actually on the same wave of consciousness. And so these surface waves of telepathy upon the ocean's surface are reflections of what's happening also deep down underneath in the currents. And so there's a good way of considering it. They're the waves upon the surface, and there's the currents underneath. And so the currents underneath, I would consider it in the way that Wi-Fi is considered, and the waves upon the ocean's surface, I would consider it in the way that Ethernet's considered, dense and obvious, direct. The waves will knock you over, but the currents will carry you far away from where you started. And so the waves and the currents are equally. The waves seem like the danger in the beginning, but the currents are the real danger when you're in the sea, as you know. The waves will just knock you around, but the currents, those are the buggers will take you where you didn't want to go, to the rocks, whatever, you know. And those rocks that will get you. So, I mean, we've all surfed, I'm sure, so we know the story of currents and rocks. But got to watch those currents. So, in the same way, telepathy is also underneath it right now. There's a source code that we're all experiencing, the same source code, if we want to consider it in such a term. So we're all experiencing the same bandwidth of consciousness, and the currents are universal. So when we go into the currents, we recognize we're already in a state of telepathy, and that our higher selves have already communicated what's being shown to us by the current moment of time, which is the current. And then we turn that by the weather, through the weathering of ourselves and how we have weathered the winds that have blown us and formed us, become the waves upon the surface that are driven by the currents, in a sense. And so we think of telepathy in terms of the pineal expression of the electrical principle as the projector and the receiver of the electrical frequencies, though there's also the heart touching the currents. And so the heart is sort of already in the proverbial soup of magnetism, because it's pulsing the magnetic field to the rhythm. And so that rhythm is quite sort of fundamentally an expression of magnetism. I think magnetism can be expressed as rhythm. And when we look at that more closely, we see that that is actually sound. And that sound is where it comes from, which is the rhythm that produces magnetism when you invert that, you know, to form this physical reality as we do. So you've got these three principles, which is the Merkaba pointing upwards, and then the inversion, the three principles of the Merkaba pointing down, reflected in the cube, which are the three principles, the point in the bottom and the point in the top, and the principles that are hovering about this. So the cube thus represents the field of 8 bound in 6, which is quite interesting, which takes us to 6 times 8, 48. And 48, as we see numerologically, is 12, which is how the cube polarizes the 6 elements that are spinning around the sun to become the 12 elements of the macrocosm, as we see it from a occult perspective, which is the 12 bass notes of the music. And when we take the 7 principles of what those 12 notes are constructed of, and bring it into the sphere of music, we've got the 19. And when we realize that those 7 are made out of 3 bass principles, notes, and we bring those 3 bass notes back in, we've got all 22 notes of the old musical system, which is still how the Sanskrit music or the ragas or even the music before the Tudor period was intoned. So we can see the 22 holds this secret knowledge, which is the tarot trumps, which is the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet that has become the structure of sound. So when we're looking at these phonetic alphabets, as we discussed it in the language discussion, it is very much a reflection of number. And so the number has got to do with the frequency of sound. And the frequency of sound is to do with the hertz. And so the frequency of hertz, like 180, is the number of a triangle, for example, right? Because there's 60, 60, 60 hertz. And when we consider each geometric pattern, we start to notice that the frequency is in tune with that. And then we get to the pentagon, which is rather sort of fundamental. What is that? 540. And so now we're getting to the point of completion, 540 hertz. And so we've got these 72 and 108 coming into being, the astral and the etheric, the glue of the projection and the reception on the magnetic field.
You can keep talking. I have the volume off, but this is cymatics.
Yeah, well, that's. Please continue.
Yeah, I mean, I have the volume down. We don't have to hear it, but you'll see they'll put different frequencies, right? Different hertz, and you'll see. I think it's like rice or sand or salt. It looks like salt, and it'll make shapes. Yeah, so it'll make shape. So you could keep going. We can just watch. It's only a couple minutes long, but you could. But cymatics is the way this matrix, like cymatics, is so important. I mean, that's what you guys were talking about all along with Third Eye and all the musicians here and all the vibrations and sounds and rhythm, heart, even the heart. Yeah, but cymatics is very important to the equation. Go ahead, Franklin. I'll just play it, and it'll just play for a couple, like a minute.
Was somebody trying to say something? I thought I heard someone saying something as well, or was I mistaking it? Okay, maybe I was dreaming. So yeah, obviously these numbers are the key to the structures of the language and where our language came from. There's an interesting point. You speak about cymatics. It's quite close to the pulse. I mean, look at that. That's just beautiful. You can just fall in love with that picture. And I think they were looking at the heart. I can't remember who and when, but they were measuring the frequencies coming out of the heart, because the heart's producing a lot of acoustics. Because of this Great Padma, this vacuum point at the bottom of the heart, which creates an electromagnetic field, it creates an acoustic field. And they were measuring the acoustic field, and they started looking into the acoustic field in the way that cymatics works. But they started to actually break down the code patterns that were being bound by these frequencies. And the damnedest thing happened. They started following it in sequences of the phi ratio. Wow, look at that, 4 to 80. Something special there. And they started looking at it in terms of that phi relationship. And they noticed that every interval gave another alphabetical letter. So they found the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, they found the Arabic alphabet letters as actually being emanations of the electromagnetic field coming out of the heart, in the way that the heart oscillates. And the heart oscillates very much in the way that the sun oscillates. Wow. 484. That's a nice one, huh? Yo.
And if you remember earlier, I think it was earlier this year, the resonance, the Schumann resonance, and for a day you actually saw patterns like similar to this that were way off than what you would. That was way off than what you would normally see in the pattern in the Schumann resonance deal, and they said that was an equipment malfunction. But it's funny because it looked a little bit like one of these guys. It looked kind of like this when they said it had a malfunction. So it wasn't a malfunction. The Schumann resonance was.
No, it wasn't a malfunction. It was deliberately done like this.
Yeah, that was a true measurement of what the heart, the Gaia, was doing. And man, when you think about your own heart, like you were talking about, Franklin, that's directly connected with what's being grounded. You know what I mean? Like your house can have a short. Your car can have a short if it's not grounded. That's where it could start. You can have zap, and that could happen in our own bodies as well if the flow isn't happening. So you ground, and if my thing has always been, if the Schumann resonance is changing, that you can measure it and see it. That means the realm is changing. That means we are also everything living with all the plants, animals, everything are also changing, or they'll die. So that heart, beat. Without anyone's permission, and it's just boom, 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 boom with that rhythm. All this is connected. It's all tied in. And cymatics to me is kind of a new topic I've picked up over this last year or so. But it's really important in my opinion. And it goes along with what you were saying, Franklin.
I want to add on to that. Speaking from some insane experience, right? The heart is a vortex, essentially, right? It regulates not just blood flow, but it regulates currency, literal energy. When COVID initially hit, it was due to Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse going supernova, right? I have not only an LVAD, which is a ionic battery heart pump, but I also have a defibrillator, right? So initially, I had to be very careful about the heavy machinery that I operated. I used to be a truck driver. I used to operate forklifts, power saws, cut down trees. I can't do that anymore, right? Because it'll mess with my batteries. It'll mess with my ionic charge. However, my heart is growing stronger because 85% of people who have LVADs no longer have a heartbeat. Mind you, my situation is very unique. You rarely see someone under 60 getting one of these devices. However, people who get them, their hearts tend to stop beating. They can no longer work for themselves. I am in that small 10 to 15% whose heart still beats, and my beat increases, thankfully, over time. I say all of that to say this is the importance of grounding, because in the Stargate that we've come through in the last 4 years, that resonance is only going to continue to go up. The Schumann resonance has been insane. I didn't think it could get any crazier than what it did on MoonFeather's birthday, but it continuously creates new music, essentially, because we're talking about that literal beat of the earth.
Yes, brother, grounding. Grow, ending. Grow, end. It's like the growing end, the root. And like, the reason I'm using my new mic, shout out Linux, you guys rock. You guys rock. Linux did what Windows couldn't do for me. Got my mic to sound right. Don't ask me what it was. It's the same terminal. I mean, I've got 16 gigs of RAM and I'm running an i7 processor with a fast bus. I shouldn't be having an issue, should I? So must just be the model mic I've got. But yeah, funnily enough, it works better on this platform. But the root terminal, getting back to the technology, the way they've coded things. And I mean, Unix systems is what all other code print, code writing is really based upon, isn't it? Windows just decided to hide it and confuse it. And I think what they've done with Windows is a great metaphor. The way they confused the source code so that they could manipulate it. Windows. And Unix is like really the base source code, which is secure and solid, isn't it? It's what the CIA use and MI6 and all of them lot. So the root terminal is the basis from which all things grow. So the grounding, the grow end, is the root from which we all grow. And I think the basis of life is really fundamentally rooted in the Muladhara chakra. Obviously the Muladhara, mullet hairstyle. So makes me giggle at the concept of that. But there must be something to that, mullet hair, long hair touching the root. There's something about this grounding you from your Saturn solar fire to your root, bringing you back to the earth of knowledge. But yeah, the earth and the ground is so fundamentally important, is it not? Because of the electricity that we build up in our bodies, we build up these negative charges. Well, actually, we call them negative, but they're actually positive hydrogen ions if we're going to get specific about it. And we build up these positive hydrogen ions that need to be worked out of our system into the earth, because the earth is able to process these positive hydrogen ions by the water that's moving inside the earth, because the moving water processes positive hydrogen ions and produces the negative hydrogen ions, which we call alkalinity. And stagnant water produces the positive hydrogen ions that we call acidity, which is what bacteria and germs and viruses, if these things are living as they seem to be, need to be around, or whether they're a reflection of the state of the energetic reality that is reflected in the positive hydrogen ion state. But the negative hydrogen ions, and once again, produce the alkalinity that cause the positive living beings, the positive microbial environment to become propagated so that we can find health. So there's a lot to be said about these negative hydrogen ions building up in the body in the way that CO2 builds up in the body and needs to be released so that the oxygenation of the blood can happen.
These are stars. I think this was, I forget what star it is, but think about the cymatics we were showing a second ago. That's when you get a high power telescope as you can find. This is what you're going to see when you look at the planets and the stars. So this is what you'll see. This is what's above our heads. Just want to add that into the mix. This is what's above our heads. So you have also cymatics all throughout the cosmos. That might be Venus. I'm not sure. This is what we kind of see. Look, this is get one of the most high power. And by the way, the public isn't allowed to go in like the government's observatories anymore. But get the most high powered telescope you can find and zoom in. This is what you're gonna see. What do you guys see here? Water with vibrations. You know, something to think about. You put light through water and put some sound, some sound and vibes to it, you know, you'll get a very similar thing. What do you guys think?
I think it only makes sense, you know. I think it's amazing the levels of resistance to entertaining an old thought, not a new thought. You know, this isn't something new, the idea that we have waters above and beneath. It's the only way it could actually work. When we think about being in the age of Aquarius and it talks about the waters will rise, it's not literal. You know, if you have a glass of water with ice cubes and water, as the ice melts, it's not going to, you know, overflow the cup. It's the, you know, the law of volume. You know, gravity is still a theory. There's no law there. So when you understand cathedrals or cathodes, when you look into that geopolymer that makes very, very similar designs as you're seeing displayed on the screen here, it only makes sense. You know, when we look at the experiments of Dr. Emoto with the water, like, it's no different than us, you know, where it's this constant reflection of micro and macro.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Well, they were healing centers, man. And when you think of Rife, you know, that Rife healing, all that sound healing stuff. Yeah, those geopolymers, the granite. I mean, there's awesome temples in like Thailand or something, or India, where you can literally just hit, like, they built those pillars. The whole building is an instrument. You can hit those pillars and like bing, bong, bong, like they're in tune with notes. You know what I mean? But it's incredible. That's because they had that knowledge. You know what I mean, Kilelle? Like, that wasn't by accident. They had this knowledge. This is old knowledge. We have amnesia. We've had a veil thrown over us, a blanket thrown over us. And they're literally trying to throw a blanket over us now, you know, with their spraying and putting their mist, you know, their haze, their film. They want a whole film over all of us, literally. But we have, yeah, this is ancient knowledge, man. People think we're the most smarterest we'd be the smartest we've ever been. Oh, really? I would say we've been the dumbest that we've ever been, especially considering the old technology, and it's so simple.
I wonder who's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Please continue.
Well, it's, you know, I just wanted to add to Ronan's point. You know, when we look at religion, you know, just as far as the most current or most popular iteration still being pushed, which is Christianity. In the Bible, you see Matrix in the book of Exodus, book of Numbers, I think. You know, this is supposed to be giving you a clue as to where to look. You know, it never ceases to amaze me how people don't seem to put two and two together. Moses and Jesus's births are foretold by astrologers, but because it tells you not to use astrology is sinful, you won't use that science. You know, it makes absolutely no sense to me. This is an indicator, not just to look inward, but what to look for when you look outside of yourself, because everything you see outside of you is a reflection, everything. So you have to make sense of it. But the more you understand your core, the more you move to the beat of your own drum, literally and figuratively, the easier it is to see and hear where you're supposed to be focused.
That's very, very beautiful, beautiful representations there. Oh my gosh, my dogs are all over me. They're coming from every angle. I've got this little guy who won't leave me alone. So he's going to sit here with me for a moment. Otherwise, he's going to harass me. But yeah, the notion of, you know, the firmament as being the waters separating that which is above from that which is below, and looking at what is beyond or what is in the firmament. Probably another way of looking at it. Yes, you must go down. So he's a feisty little guy, and now the big one's going to growl at him because he growled at me. Funny, these dogs. But yeah, so I think there's a lot that we've left behind, and we talk about the ancient knowledge. I don't know if you've heard of Michael Tellinger. Michael Tellinger is a South African researcher. He's also actually involved in the Ubuntu project. And the Ubuntu project is really like one of the best things that South Africa has brought to the world. It's a grassroots project that brings the power to the people and shows the people how to work together in order to bring the abundance of the resources that they have available to themselves into resourceability, so that they can actually gain something from it. There's always resources that are untapped. It's about, in your community, finding out how you can tap the resources that are there and turning them into the abundance that your community can use one way or another. So it's a grassroots political structure in a sense. It's become a political party, actually. Michael Tellinger was running in this political party. But anyway, that's a side note. He's essentially an extraterrestrial researcher from, like, I don't know, I met him maybe 15, 20, I met him about 20 years ago in Cape Town, actually, book signing. And but some of the research he has done has been in the north of this country, where in the Karoo, the northern parts of the Karoo, where they have these very ancient sites where there's geomagnetism, geomagnetic fields that can't be explained and they can be measured. But what he discovered was quartzite. That was man-made quartzite. It had somehow been transmuted alchemically into becoming a kind of a quartzite, which is the foundations of what he considers to be ancient power stations based on sound, acoustic power stations. And he's sort of mapped this out, and he has this wild theory, which isn't that wild, based on the quartz that he's actually taken and tested, that when you tap it, it makes the most incredible sound. And it's clearly man-made because there's nothing like it on Earth. And so, yeah, I do believe that they were using cymatics to generate electricity from the Schumann resonance itself in the Earth and turn it into a viable resource that can be utilized, you know, magnetism and electricity. It's an interesting concept that sort of looks at a lot of these foundations in the semi-deserts of Southern Africa that are vast. And this is also, we need to recognize that there are all these thousands of gold mines that are huge. Nobody knows who dug these gold mines. They're deep. They're serious gold mines. They're not just like like Mickey Mouse things, the big gold mines. There's been a lot of gold taken out of Africa, a lot of gold taken out of the earth. That would have taken a lot of energy, a lot of power. So there was definitely, and then we've got Great Zimbabwe as a remnant of this civilization to this day, which is really quite incredible. And I mean, you can go up further north to Ethiopia. There's a lot that survived. Obviously, the mud flood would have hit Southern Africa quite hard, right? I think the mud flood is also something to consider when we're looking at the matrix. The way in which the nature of our history has become a matrix. And I'd love for all of the tinfoil hats to come out. Let's put on our tinfoil hats a little bit here and look at how the mud flood, what it was, how it happened. I mean, obviously there's this story about this flood that came and it was documented, it was spoken about, and history has just been basically wiped away. I mean, the Americas, what? We just got there and like civilized the place recently, but if you look there, there's a lot going on in America that's ancient. And they've managed to hide it from us, but they can only hide it from us by us being stupid, because it's actually it's in a lot of newspapers. You know, there were a lot of great archaeologists that documented this stuff, and there were newspaper clips of all of the stuff that was documented as it was expressed to the public. So it's clear that we've been had, and that knowledge has become the matrix that we're trapped in. I'd love for you guys to knock that ball around.
Yeah, I mean, one thing here's with the tinfoil hat, and Kilelle, I'll let you, I won't be long. You can weaponize this. You can weaponize this type of science, technology. You know, we've seen like, you know, when a lady sings and the glass breaks, right? You hit a certain note. Well, if you know, there's videos where you can see that glass before it breaks. It's actually like moving. It's literally think of a glass, like a wine glass, a good wine glass. It's pretty darn solid. You're not folding it and bending it. But when you hit it with that certain sound, it is literally morphing and you know, the you know, what it's built on is, before it breaks, it's doing this, and it's a solid object, and eventually it can break. Pretty interesting stuff when you talk about putting sound and how it can affect solid objects. Now introduce the mud flood, and you want to point that at, you know, you want to manufacture a wipeout. You can weaponize these things, point them at a mountain or point them somewhere. Oh, by the way, mountains are beautiful, and the rocks, crystals, gold, things like that, granite. I mean, there's literally sacred mountains all over the plain, and the U.S. is definitely one where you can see that this was the old world, and that there was a lot of things here are covered up with mud, with dirt, layers of sediment, and it seemed to have come at a very quick, like at a. We're not talking about over time and just some dirt blows on it. We're talking about things that happen very quickly. So maybe they weaponize this technology using sound and cymatics, and can affect physical things and turn mountains and stone, etc., into mud. Like, you can break things down with if this is a rock, you hit it with the right amount of sound, it's going to start doing this, and you can undo the fabric of matter with sound, a certain amount of frequency.
It's called liquefaction.
Yes. You can liquefy solid objects with sound, focusing it as a weapon. You can weaponize this stuff. So it could be a blessing and a curse. Go ahead, Kilelle. Mud floods, things of this nature.
Well, you know, it kind of goes back to what I said earlier about changing the rules to the game while you play it. We have to pay attention. You know, we don't study cartography. You know, we don't study topography. You know, we don't see, you know, we don't properly survey our land to even know what it is we're dealing with, to understand when the changes occur. to understand, what's actually cyclical as opposed to what's artificial. Nature by and large has been utterly destroyed and mined and converted compared to what it once was, especially when we look at things along the lines of mythology and scripture. So the mud flood, was a controlled way to begin to reset history, to keep people in a bit of a pressure cooker, right? But also to force your attention to look into the true nature of things. There's so many directions to go in terms of the mud flood and the whys, but trust and believe it. There is nothing natural about it.
That is so true. And the very nature of this reality being an acoustic emanation of the field, I think that we've totally overlooked sound. I mean, it's in all of our religious documents, right? In the Vedas, it speaks about the Om being the structure from which manifestation emanates. In the Bible, it speaks about the word came first, and even before light came the word. And so every different doctrine that you can look at that relates to the spiritual sciences seems to repeat in amplitude, and amplitude is in the wave frequency. I think amplitude is a good way of considering this. The amps, getting amped, the amplitude, having ample resonance, reason. So we've got to look at what reason is. If we're going to consider resonance, we've got to understand that resonance follows the laws of reason. The ray sun, the sun of the ray. And so the very frequency of our thoughts are also the frequencies of reality. And there's something to consider. I'd like to put that out there. The way in which the frequencies of our thoughts. Now we're getting back to what you were talking about with the telepathy, both Kilelle and Ronan. And LiberLam, you still with us, brother? Yes, you are. I'd love to hear your take as well from a Buddhist perspective, looking at the nature of being and unbeing, the telepathy, because I know you've also had a lot of experiences with regards to these unmanifested states of consciousness through which we can materialize sublime, subjective levels of awareness.
I'll have to digest more. My experience with telepathy, it seems to me like it's just in the moment. It seems that it's never really been associated a lot with like meditation or any kind of cultivation. Just kind of like I guess it does seem to have a lot to do with open resonance. Like a lot of times we run into people and we get this sense of like, this is this person's boundaries and these are my boundaries, and I'm going to keep to myself and I'm going to let them keep to themselves. But I think the core to telepathy, the key to it, is in really just being stubbornly open. It's like, say I'm a young, let's say me when I was like 20, I'm talking to a coworker who's, an older woman in her 60s, and she's grown up in the deep South. Not someone, just to be frank, not someone who is very intelligent, not someone who I could have I feel a conversation in the way that I would feel most comfortable conversing with. But me opening up to this woman and really just like thinking inside of myself, like she is valuable and she's so kind. Like it's like she had this kind of abrasive exterior, but inside she was clearly a really, really heartfelt, kind woman. And I just thought about that, and I was contemplating that, and then I was able to hear one of her thoughts as I walked past her, which was something negative about me, but that's okay because it was a very fascinating experience.
Yes, that's interesting. The way in which the surface appearance isn't always so very accurate, and the heart is much more obscured. Sometimes we might not think we have something in common with someone on the surface, but as we delve deeper, we might notice that there's a core resonance. Once again, the core reason that binds us through the principles of light, which is the substance of resonance, which is a reflection of sound. And I think it's very healthy to consider light as being a reflection of sound, and to realize that when the frequency is right, the temperature goes up. When the frequency is left, the temperature goes down. When the temperature goes up, the light increases, and when the temperature goes down, the light decreases. And so this is what liber, life, is really effectively managing those scales. And the scales, I want you to consider this. The scales that liber is managing are the scales of music and sound. I'd like to put that out there as a metaphor, but something that's quite apt. What do you think about that? Libra managing the scales of sound. And Venus is finding masculine expression through Libra. And Venus is the music of the spheres, the gateway to the mysteries. So we find that Venus also rules over music.
Well, Venus is also Lucifer, right? And they say Lucifer was the grand architect of music. So that makes sense.
You know, one thing LiberLam reminded me in relation to that, guys. Like in the church, you know, the Christian church, they say music is only meant to, like, it should only be meant like for God, or it should only be like spiritual music is like should be the only music. So that's interesting that you say that. You guys know what I mean, right? Like we've heard this before, like in the churches, and even in Islam and in other ones, it's like the music is only for like the worship of God or whatever, and that makes total sense when you put it in these kind of terms or through this lens.
Secular and non-secular.
Yeah. They secular music is like a no-go. So if you want to be real in that sense, in a lot of these monotheistic things, but I think they're onto something that's probably based on real knowledge, you know. There shouldn't be any music is only an expression, and it's only used to, you know, for that resonance, that oneness, not to do the secular stuff and just, you know what I mean? It's almost like the opposite. So that's funny that Lucifer and Venus is also the creator of music, and what LiberLam and Franklin were saying. I just want to throw that anecdotal like thing in there.
Yeah, I think we've been sold a package of excrement with regards to the Lucifer story. Because Lucifer is a Greek deity, which is quite interesting. An ancient Greek deity. So there was a time when obviously the Romans, really the ancient Greeks, were effectively, let me make sure there's no volume here, were effectively controlling the rest of the world that they had subjugated by basically saying, die or join our army. I think that was the gist of the Greek invasion, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah. So people were like, no, we'll join your army. And then they, well, this is the language that you speak. And it was obviously the Latin language, which was a bastardized version of Greek, so that they wouldn't understand all the nuances. so that they could begin the process of double speak. So I think Lucifer is the beginning of double speak. When they took a deific notion of music and turned it into something evil. In other words, they were using the principles of music, which is a divine emanation, in order to program minds. Now, where have we seen this? Let's just think of what's going on in the world right now. Let's think of, I always think of that old track Hysteria as like a perfect metaphor for what I'm talking about here. Just watch the video, man. Bloody hell. Talk about the programming. And there's a lot of the music that's like that. And the rhythm is so disturbing, man. The rhythm, just your heart says, no, no, no. And and the lyrics are equally disturbing. And the music video that goes with the story is even more disturbing. But it's very clearly designed to align us with Araman, the forces of Araman. So I think that they were using music in a distorted way in order to disconnect people from source back then in the times of the Greeks and the construction of what we know as Rome. And so that must be the source of where music was really used in a bad way, as it is these days, which is why, you know, all this modern music that we listen to is just so unlistenable. I'm sure many of you probably find yourselves tripping back to the 60s, as I do, when you run out of reasonable music that was written back in the days, in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, when they still had some decent music. There was some music that came following that, but it seems very difficult to find music that isn't a program that's really negative. I don't know. Maybe we should look at the way new music is being used to program us as part of the matrix construct of the mental matrix that they are keeping us stuck in. And there's another use of the word net. A net is also like something you can catch fish in. You can keep them trapped. You can get a whole school of fish and put them together in one big pile and pull them out of their habitat so that they become like fishes out of waters. So I think music has been used to pull us out of our habitat of being and turn us into fishes out of water so that we can't really find our center, our balance, disconnecting us from the web, the true web, and then giving us this simulacrum of a web, internet, web browsing, so that we can feel that we are connected to each other through social networking, even though we are being disconnected from each other spiritually. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. This disconnection from each other spiritually, but at the same time over-connecting us with each other to the point where we become sociopaths and narcissists because we don't know how to talk to each other anymore because we use text on platforms like Facebook. So we don't even know that we're talking to real people anymore because we're not hearing their voices and hearing the pain that we're causing them by the things that we say, which has become the norms of society to communicate in such a narcissistic and sociopathic way. What do you guys think?
I think I would love to answer your question, and I'm going to have to bow out. I have a couple things I have to take care of, but I want to point people's attention to a movie that is actually, I think, trying to shed a lot of light on answering your question, Franklin. And that movie is The Creator. Came out yesterday, which is essentially trying to get people to accept artificial intelligence. And it really forces you to think, because people have this innate fear of artificial intelligence, largely due to Hollywood, right? Terminator and Matrix and things of that line. But is it the machines we fear, or is it their creators? Because we know that man is inherently flawed, but it is not just man, it is this reality, because everything here decays. Nothing here is built to last. The closest thing to lasting eternally would be our stone edifices and the craftsmanship and the mystery schools that went into creating them, which is why it is now operating completely in the open. hip hop essentially rules the world, and it's not going anywhere, which is why we keep going back to the original. It's so interesting looking around the world and seeing hip hop in its pure form than what we have here in the West, where it supposedly originated from. And the further you look back in music, the more intricate you find it, the more pristine, the more resonating, the more balanced, you know? So that, I think that's something to remember. I want to say love, peace, and power to you, Franklin. Thank you so much for this space. It has truly become a staple. I want to say love, peace, and power to Ronan and Soraya and Indy and Third Eye Edify and Lily and everyone who was able to come through. Eleanor, thank you so much for your comment in the chat. Peace and power to you, Aisha. And I look forward to speaking with you all very soon.
Later, Kilelle.
Thank you, brother.
Love, peace, and power, Kilelle.
Thank you for honoring us with your beautiful brain and your solid, grounded solidarity. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. I'll speak with you all soon. Love.
The powerful Kilelle. He is basically Iron Man. He's got a power source right here that keeps him going, and always enjoy Kilelle's insight. I'm going to drop off too, guys. I got a couple things that I need to do as well today. I can't sit around and with you knuckleheads all day discussing the Matrix. At this point, I'm like, give me the blue pill. How do I jump back in? I can't go back. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Franklin, I need to drop off as well, my friend.
Well, thank you, thank you, Ronan, for joining us, and thank you for sharing your time, your insight, and your intelligence with us. And did you paint all of that? Everything behind you. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Man. It's really beautiful.
Looks amazing.
I want you to paint my wall for me.
It's gonna tie together. It looks wild right now, but it'll all tie together. But I'm just doing it. I'm not an artist, as you can see. It looks like maybe my daughter painted this, but I'm getting better. Yeah. But thank you, man.
I'm loving it, brother. I don't think it looks like your daughter painted it, although your daughter might be a hot artist. Who knows?
Yeah, she's better than me. But yeah, thank you so much. Watch as we go, as we progress, the wall will progress behind me as well. It will take shape and form based on the vibe. But LiberLam, Soraya, Franklin, and all the big homies that came through here. I greatly appreciate you. You guys are all very supportive.
You're welcome.
The topics are great. The Matrix, it's so wonderful. But massive love. And by the way, we did have a great show last night. MoonFeather and Kilelle really carry the show, and I just hang on and try not to embarrass myself too often. But,
I think you did just fine.
You know what I mean, sir? It's like I'm not the smartest, but I hang out with smart people, so I don't know.
Who cares that you're not the smartest? You're a cool guy. Look at the art you make.
Well, at least I got something going for me.
What you drew in the back, that one with the blue and the lilac, it kind of reminds me of anime and manga.
Oh, totally. That's what I was embracing. Female samurai. This over here is Afro Samurai. If you guys are familiar with that, the #1 headband. There's a competition. Speaking of the Matrix, speaking of duality, I'm trying to point it. Oh yeah, the #1 headband is a battle. It's like an eternal battle, like Highlander and all these other stories of becoming the one. But anyway, I gotta go, guys. So much love, and I'll still be listening.
Bless you. And bless your creative intelligence. The creative intelligence is actually an important thing because it's spontaneous, it's authentic, and it doesn't focus on what it knows, it focuses on what it can see. So you look at things from your unique perspective and you'll be shocked at how much you're seeing. So don't belittle yourself. Keep it real. Take it easy.
I can't
brother.
help but be
Big bless.
self-deprecating, but I'm also again in my description I'm like arrogant to the point of being delusional also. So hey man, I'm the best. You're the best. You know what I mean? Who's better than you? But this also, you know, we always talk about these serious topics. It's also, hey man, we're here. Let's have a good time. I think I learned from Soraya on enjoy your time, you know, here. So anyway, I'm out of here. Thank you so much. Signing off.
Big bless running.
Bye-bye.
Bless you.
Later, guys.
Good day.
I wanted to touch on that telepathy point, which I think was quite important, and then we can say our last bits and sort of get towards the point of wrapping up, I imagine. This time it'll be a more realistic. We get into about 4.5 hours, which is good. But when we're going 5-6 hours, I'm actually falling asleep in front of the camera. It gets embarrassing.
It gets brutal at that 5 or 6 hour mark.
Drooling off. I see you dozing off at that at that time. Your eyes start to squint more and more.
I was literally falling asleep in front of like people watching the show, which is hilarious. Like sleeping in public.
Yeah.
It's like sleeping at the bus station, you know. But the telepathy, I think that we've been taught that it's something otherworldly, and I think it's a normal and natural thing that we've just actually forgotten that we're always doing. I mean, it was Ronan that was mentioning earlier how you think of someone and they phone you. It's actually such a commonplace thing that we're communicating beyond the sphere of words. And I think this is why the matrix has been constructed around us in a matrix of words. And by that I mean, this is why they want us to write in text. They don't want us to talk. They want us to write. And they've sort of schooled us, taught us to start writing rather than talking, even though we've got access to video communication. People are still sending texts, which seems weird because they're pretending that they can type faster than what they can speak, which they can't. And they're pretending that they can put more communication in a bit of text that takes longer to type than what it does to speak, when they could actually be video calling and using their hands and their descriptive facial expressions and their voice tones to communicate so much more, so much faster. But because we're writing, we're becoming so self-conscious in a negative way, worried about what others are going to think of us, and editing the text, editing and re-editing. And this is what people often tend to do, I think, when they write text. They write the text and see how that sounds, how's it play out in their minds. Yeah, that's what they want to say. No, edit it here, edit it in this way. And so we've become so reliant upon effectively lying to ourselves and lying to each other and losing our authenticity. And so I think the authenticity, which is conveyed by the voice and real communication, especially video formatting or actual face-to-face, is where the telepathy lives. So they are sort of trying to get rid of telepathy, in a sense, by writing text, because, yeah, sure, you can still get ESP through text, but you get more ESP through the visceral connection from voice to voice. When you hear a human being's voice, you can hear their pain, and you can hear what's going on in their world and their life. So your empathy is more likely to be engaging. And the empathy becomes a path of energy that you can connect with their heart, through your heart, which opens up the conduit through which telepathic sharing of emotional information becomes the carrier wave of consciousness moving between the people that are sharing information in this way. So I think this is a big problem. That's something I thought I'd like. And what do you think? What is it that you'd like to add before we start to wrap up? Soraya and LiberLam.
whoever has the first bit to add.
You know, I feel that a lot of the conversations that happen on text wouldn't be conversations that would happen in a voice-to-voice or face-to-face conversation. And something I noticed, especially with the Reddit talks, Reddit hosted these live conversations where anyone on Reddit could go and they could listen to other people's conversations that they were having in a group setting, and if they wanted, they could raise their hands in the viewer section to go up and be a speaker. It was like a kind of like free form podcast, and the conversations that were being had, you know, something I noticed was a lot of people put a ton of passion and emotional value into what they talked about. It was entirely different than the the kind of wavelength that people are on, in like what I see a lot of the times in real life and online, just totally different than that. And there was a lot of talk on like the kind of fringes of things per the mainstream. So like talks on like conspiracy, psychic phenomena, spiritual phenomena, and also like it was something that I feel like people were able to engage with. Like, you know, one person may be here just for some kind of break from their loneliness because they just don't have a lot of people to talk to. And they would get engaged in a high level conversation. And it really opened the doors for a lot of people. And I think that was specifically because it was just voice to voice. Like, when you mix in text into that, and when they eventually sunsetted that operation on Reddit, all of the communities that were developed around that broke down. It was like they tried to move to Discord, and they still sometimes hold Discord kind of things, but it was no longer about those same conversations. It was about the mini friend group cliques and the little kind of sideshows that people wanted to make instead of a big picture like let's all get together and talk about stuff. I guess like I think the medium or the platform is very, very important in authentic human connection, and it totally shapes the conversation into something more authentic or less authentic.
Yeah, exactly. I'm totally in agreement with what you're saying, and it makes absolute sense, you know, that the passing of ions, passion, is going to be conveyed by the frequency of sound. Because as we've been discussing, sound is the basis through which electricity becomes light. So sound is electrical potential moving through a wave. And that frequency is going to carry the passing of ions, the passion, which is what emotions become when they've been directed down a particular line of thinking. And writing is more about like being taught, having your string pulled taut, being structured and shaped into what you're meant to do, what is right thing to do, what's right, what's wrong. And so writing was originally the law. And I think that's how the matrix, and why by the matrix now we're talking about the sociological matrix, was constructed by writing in books that people had to read and interpret as the law, so that they were disconnected emotionally from what was really happening on a spiritual plane by impregnating their spiritual bodies with the information of how they ought to be behaving, what they ought to be saying, and what they ought to be doing. And that way disconnecting from the integral body, which is the expression of the heart, of being what feels true, genuine, and authentic. I don't know, what do you think, Soraya? And anything that you guys would like to add as the closing notes? We've gone past 4.5 hours. I think that's really ample. I'm looking forward to having a good night's sleep. And we will probably have a sequel to this discussion. But
yeah, that would be very smart to do a sequel to this one, because there were many topics discussed that can be discussed more in depth than we already did. because there's so much to it.
LiberLam, was there any last things that you'd like to say before we sign off?
I wanted to make this joke when Ronan was here, but he ended up going before I found like the space to make the joke, and he was joking about like I think I took the wrong pill, like in reference to the Matrix movies, and I was thinking what if he went back to Morpheus and he was just like, Morpheus, give me the other pill, I took the wrong pill.
It's funny. I've been in that situation. Well, not me, but I was with somebody who took the red pill, and this person trained really, really hard, and developed a fair amount of ESP, and had some rude awakenings. And basically wanted to just take the blue pill, and ended up just cutting all practice, all meditation, all spiritual devotion, all cutting it all out, and running away from everything that related to the spirituality into a world of self-delusion. And this poor person, they ended up, their lives became quite troublesome. And it took them on a journey that has led them to counseling and therapy. So yeah, I think once you've taken the red pill, there is no backing out. It's sort of like driving on a road and you take the turn off into a freeway. There's no turning around. You're on the road. It's an accident or you keep going.
If I'm guessing who this person is, my guess would be that they caused some trouble for some other people as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that they did. I mean, I haven't really seen this person for years, many years, but I've had some communications. But yeah, there is no backing out. I think once the extrasensory perception is starting to kick in, it's like you've turned onto the freeway. And that's just what it is. You now have to follow the road. I once tried to come off a freeway. When I was young, I was underage. I shouldn't have been driving. And I had a car that was over full. And I was driving too fast. It was down a hill. And I realized I was in the wrong lane. And I couldn't change lanes because my rear view showed me that there were cars backing up. And I almost rolled a car off of an embankment. I didn't roll the car because I used the gears and the brakes to tap the brakes and gear down to so that you didn't skid, because it was wet roads and it was an embankment that's high. So if you flip off the embankment, your car's going to roll down the hill like nasty. So yeah, I ended up burning the clutch plates. Survived. Everybody was okay, but it was a lesson. It was a lesson about life. Once you're on that road, you do the road. You don't try and back out. I didn't try and back out. Had I backed out, I would have probably had an accident and people would have gotten hurt. Luckily, I stepped on the road and just did the best I could and burnt the clutch plates of the car. The lesson was I did the right thing, and thank God I did the right thing, and never back out once you're on the road. I think that's what we should leave with people. That those of you that have had the red pill and you want the blue pill, I mean, in the real terms, because this is a real thing that happens. People want ESP and then they get it and they go, oh, right. That's what it is. I think once you're on the road, you've got to stay on the road. You just got to regulate. Slow down slowly. Slow down slowly and find a pace that you can move at. But don't leave the road. Sending so much love to you. Soraya, is there anything you wanted to add in LiberLam before we say goodbye?
One more
No.
thing. One more thing about what you were saying about kind of sticking to it is also, I think, contemplating what you should be grateful for on the spiritual path. Where if you've been shown certain things and you have that inner vision, or you have those insights into the mysteries, then to turn your back on the red pill, to turn your back on the awakening that you've had, it is in a way one totally impossible, because you now live in that world. You've been shown certain things, and if you turn your back on those things, it's not going to make them go away. But on the other side of that, I think there's a certain gratitude that needs to be had in relation to those things that you've gotten clarity on, where it's sort of like, once you've been shown how to be such an exceptional person that you can start maybe healing other people, then for you to turn down that path, it is really turning down something miraculous in your life. And I guess the way that I look at it is that a person should remember those kind of moments of clarity and those kind of gifts where they could be a person who isn't able to be compassionate towards themselves, or who is stuck in their own patterns, and instead they're not, and that's definitely not something to turn away from.
Soraya, you were going to say something, my dear, and gratefulness is the finger on the button, isn't it?
What? No.
Well, thank you, Soraya.
Yeah,
And
you're
thank you,
welcome.
LiberLam, and Ronan, and Edifier, and Kilelle, and our friend Indigo. I want to keep calling him Indy, but I think his name is Indigo. Indigo is such a cool name. And everybody else that's joined us today, all the people that have come here. We lost our Lily. She left earlier. Ramar was here in spirit. She popped into the chat. She hasn't been fully healthy. She traveled a lot. She was all over the world, jet setting, America here, this state, that state. She was moving around like she wore herself out a bit. So she'll be back when she's strong. But sending all of you so much love and so much thanks for those of you that have supported the show, for those of you that have been watching the show. And I love the way you've ended this, LiberLam. Great fullness. To be full of greatness is to be grateful. And when you are grateful, you can grate the big things that seem like a challenge into small things. You can turn a mountain of solid cheese into a pizza. That's a funny metaphor. But, I mean, if you like pizzas. Anyway, we'll leave you with those thoughts. So much love to all of you. Have an absolutely gorgeous day. Keep it real. Keep it sweet. Thank you, all of the people in the chat. You've been sharing wonderful ideas and sharing your hearts and your thoughts and your questions with us and your wisdom. And have an absolutely gorgeous day. And making space for your gratitude is how we find ourselves at the end of the day. Fundamental. Amen to everybody. Have a totally super awesome weekend that's left. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't run from the red pill. Take it easy. Take it slow. And patience, I think, is the way that we will find ourselves. Big bless.
Big bless.